in Boston will be the one that you'll see as we get ready for the next edition of Year in Review for 8 o'clock. The month of March? Yeah. Started at 6 o'clock, so it'll be the month of March. Stay with us, Grenada. This is Real FM Radio.
Year in Review for the month of March 2021. In this edition, we will feature some of the top developments that occurred in March. We'll be back after this word from our sponsors.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Maxine Entwine. Prime Minister Dr. The Right Honorable Keith Mitchell at a special interview with media personnel on Friday, February 26, 2021, noted that government has every intention of honoring the 4% salary increase to public workers. The Prime Minister at the time noted that the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic has forced government's hand in providing stimulus packages to various sectors in an effort to cushion the effects of job loss.
I cannot agree with them that we should be providing 4% increase in a time that the government has said that it does not have the resources. In a time where we know that their workers are the ones who know the data from coming from the Ministry of Finance. Even before I get it, public workers, they have the numbers. And we have known that the amount of revenue that we earn in 2019 when we agreed to the 4% is far less than we're doing today. So clearly we are not in a position. And in addition to that, we have tremendous amount of additional support that we have to give to thousands of workers who are marginalized and without revenue.
Prime Minister Mitchell implored union leaders to ramp up their level of consideration in assessment of the current climate. The Prime Minister also noted during the months under review that once the money is there, the government will honor its commitment.
I honestly believe that the union leadership, and I'm clear to me that they're not doing themselves a lot of credit with the population. I believe it would have been far more effective if they had said to the government, listen, don't wait for the government to say it. I'm living in a country, I have a lot of problems. We have a lot of problems. I am proposing, in other words, they're coming forward and saying, I'm proposing, let's work together to see at what time you'll be able to meet that commitment. Because the government has not said it won't meet it. The government has simply said that don't ask for it now, so that we met with the Taxi Association recently. They called me, and when I listened to I felt sick. Some of them are saying in 1 week now, and these are independent people that never came to me. Some of them said $15, they make a whole week in one hire. The situation is dire indeed. So I have no problem. I am not mad. I want to make it very clear with our trade union brothers. I don't agree with them, but I'm not mad with them. And I certainly, for the minute the government find a way in which we can meet that, we would meet it.
The government of St. Kitts and Nevis assisted Grenada with 2,000 doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine from their shipment received by Basseterre. The St. Kitts and Nevis Prime Minister made the announcement at a handing over ceremony on Monday, 1st March 2021. In commenting on the assistance at the time, St. Kitts and Nevis and Nevis's Minister of Health said this was part of assisting neighbors who were in need.
Why we decided to assist Grenada is because we understand as an OECS bloc, we have to be able to help each other. Grenada was not able to get the vaccines in a timely manner, And we know that in order for us all to be able to get out of this, then we all need to start some form of vaccination. And so not just St. Kitts and Nevis, but also the other OECS countries who would have received donation all decided that we would make sure that Grenada gets some portion of vaccination so that they too can begin their rollout of vaccination.
During the month under review, Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell made a clarion call to Grenadians to take advantage of the vaccination process, with Grenada having secured an additional 17,000 AstraZeneca vaccines. The Prime Minister, during a meeting with the House of Representatives on Tuesday, March 2nd, encouraged the populace to protect themselves by getting vaccinated, while also acknowledging people's right to choose.
They would be advising going to communities, community centers, and asking people to come in. No one will forcing anybody to, as the minister pointed out, but we are impressing on our brothers and sisters to protect themselves. You don't want to wait to get sick before you look at dealing and protecting yourself against the virus, because the verdict is still out there. We don't know how long even the vaccination protects you. We don't know. There are some projections, but it's still, the verdict is still not final. So the point is, let's do what we have to do. And of course, the Cabinet Subcommittee and the Ministry of Health and the COVID Secretariat, they'll be working to enhance the vaccination program throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique.
Minister of Health Honorable Nicholas Steele at the time also made the call to persons to be vaccinated to prevent any future eventualities, be it emergency travel or otherwise. We're looking at March's developments. We'll be back shortly.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Welcome back. Monday, March 8th, 2021 was recognized as International Women's Day. The theme for this year's celebration was Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World. Expressing his gratitude to women and the significant contribution that they have made throughout the years was Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell.
Wishing all women happy International Women's Day. Fellow Grenadians, as I reflect on this year's theme for International Women's Day, it brings to mind a history of strong, transformational female leadership, which continues to leave an indelible mark from which subsequent generations of women can draw valuable lessons. The significant role played by women in the country's development process is clearly demonstrated in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, with almost equal representation in the highest decision-making bodies, the country's parliament and the cabinet. As the Prime Minister and advocate for equal opportunity, I find it necessary to speak in support of the empowerment of the nation's women, recognizing the very diverse contributions being made.
Dr. Mitchell spoke to the work that still needed to be done to ensure that women of society today are valued.
At the same time, I must acknowledge that there is still a lot of work to be done to ensure that our women and girls are valued as provided for in the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs. Women's voices are critical to the nation's progress. And so today, on the occasion of International Women's Day, I recognize the contributions made by female leaders, not just in politics and government or as business executives, but also in our homes, in villages and communities, working miracles every day to care for families, being the glue that keeps us all connected.
The Prime Minister at the time also expressed how proud he was to be leading the country in these times when women are making significant impacts in society.
I see you. The cabinet sees you. All of Grenada sees you. We value you. We appreciate your sacrifices. We applaud your commitment. We thank you for your contribution to building this place we call home. Grenada has a lot to be proud of, and I'm extremely honored to be leading this country at a time when we are making significant strides with respect to effective participation and equal opportunities for women in leadership and decision-making in public life.
Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honourable Keith Mitchell. Moving along, the coastal erosion issue at the Mount Rodney-Mount Craven area has been seen as one of the main focuses for government and by extension the Ministry of Infrastructure Development. During an update in the month of March by the Ministry, Minister with responsibility for infrastructure development, transport and implementation, Senator the Honourable Nolan Cox, indicated that a Jamaican-based company was contracted to complete studies and move forward with the mitigation of the issue.
Sortes, the coastal mitigation project at Sortes, Mount Craven area. The last time I was here, I did indicate that we were about to engage a contractor, a consulting firm, and that firm is Smith Warner International, a company out of Jamaica. And they have been contracted, and work has commenced at the Sortes Bay area. They have been conducting the surveys and doing the data collection, collecting baseline data. What is to happen, they are going to do all the necessary studies and prepare a detailed engineering design document for us, which will then go out to tender for works to be implemented. We expect the duration of the study to take place between just a little over 2 months, 2 to 3 months. We should have that study and design completed so that we can have the work, restoration work done in the area. That is on the construction and the coastal side.
Also, in providing an update on the families affected by the erosion within the area, Cox stated that materials were distributed and work had commenced on relocation.
8 families were affected. The cabinet did take a decision to provide financial support by way of materials for persons for relocation because of the proximity to the site. So far, 5 of those families have commenced relocation activities. 3 of those persons would have already collected, families would have already collected, received materials, and work has commenced to some extent in terms of the foundation for those areas.
While there has been significant progress, there are also challenges being faced, Cox went on to add.
2 families are challenged with the issue of lack of land on their part. They do not have land to relocate to, and so further work and discussions will have to take place with those families to find a suitable area to relocate. The challenge is that we will also look into see if we can have those persons occupy units at the housing scheme, the low-income housing scheme. However, because of the size of the families, it has been proven difficult, so we have to make other arrangements for them. Just to note that we have been working with the parliamentary rep for that area, who has been involved in this whole process, and we'll continue to engage the families as we seek to address this serious issue.
Minister with responsibility for infrastructure development, transport and implementation, Senator the Honorable Norland Cox. More developments from March shortly. Continuing with the month of March 2021, gender-based violence continued to be a major concern despite many of our women journeying to the path of growth and development. This from Minister of Social Development, Honorable Delma Thomas. Minister Thomas at the time spoke to women being undervalued despite laws put in place.
Too many of our women are still victims of gender-based violence. In the year 2021, we still have too many horror stories and too many instances of society looking the other way rather than helping those victims. In the workplace, though by law we have instituted equal pay for equal work, there are still too many instances where our women are being undervalued.
The Social Development Minister went on to speak to her ministry, taking the necessary steps to alleviate some of the challenges faced by women, especially during the global COVID-19 pandemic.
There is a lot to be achieved in the COVID-19 world. However, as the minister responsible for the Ministry of Social Development, Housing and Community Empowerment, we have already begun the journey to make this a reality for the citizens of the Tri-Island State of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Leading from the front during the highest period of the COVID-19 pandemic, my ministry responded to incidents of intimate partner violence, worked in close collaboration with other domestic violence service providers, the police, Child Protection Authority, and the health sector.
She, during the month under review, also elaborated on some of the initiatives that were undertaken to curb the challenges faced by women.
We were able to meet the needs of victims of intimate partner violence, which included food security, shelter, and psychosocial support. From March to December 2020, we provided food security for 105 families. Corporate citizens of Grenada were instrumental in assisting us in this regard. The staff in the gender-based violence unit used the opportunity whilst in lockdown to improve the mechanism for better delivery of our essential service. Additionally, my ministry continues to support the social protection of women during this pandemic.
Minister with responsibility for social development, Honorable Delma Thomas. The Western Main Road corridor, as many may know, came to the forefront back in 2019, with its major challenge coming from the Molyneux land slippage. Grenada, as well as the rest of the world in 2020, was faced with a global pandemic, posing a significant downturn in overall development. Providing an update on the road project was Senator the Honorable Norland Cox, Minister with responsibility for infrastructure development, during a post-cabinet press briefing on Tuesday, March 9th.
The Western Main Road Corridor project, this is a significant project for us. This has been affecting not just the northern side of the country, but the entire country in a whole in terms of access to those critical areas. What has happened when I last reported, we did receive the feasibility study that was prepared by Caribbean Silver Group. That study was submitted to the bank, the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank, and they are currently reviewing the feasibility study for final approval. That is where we are with this project at this current time. We also want to put on record our gratitude and thanks to the UK government for a grant support towards this important project. As you know, we have that slippage at Molyneux area, so a number of persons there are also being affected because of that incident.
Traffic diversion moved to the Montmartre area. The Works Minister at the time added was set to be completed to accommodate a smoother traffic flow.
The Montmartre Main Road, we are also looking to do some works there as well. Currently what we have done the surveys. The reason for that is that we will have to, in some cases, work with persons. We will have to acquire some land to widen the road in areas where we require widening for two vehicles to pass easily on that roadway. So we have completed surveys, and we are getting ready to prepare the design works for that roadway, that expansion and rehabilitation of the Mount Morris Jones Road.
Minister with responsibility for infrastructure development, Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox. Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique on Tuesday, 16th March 2021 bid farewell to late Elvin G. Nimrod. Nimrod, who served the constituency of Carriacou and Petite Martinique under the ruling New National Party, was recognized by many as a great man for his outstanding contribution towards the development of the Sister Isles. Nimrod also served as Prime Minister in the absence of Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. He was known for his great leadership and negotiating skills, specifically in the re-establishing of many diplomatic ties. During the Real Expressions program on Tuesday, March 16th, persons called in bidding the late Elvin G. Nimrod a farewell.
I just called to say a good morning to the family of Nimrod in Carriacou. And I know that day is a day what is a hard day for each and everyone, but only with God in prayer. Because I know I passed through it, so I know how it is. Brendan, you passed through it, so you should know how it is too.
Yeah.
So I just wish to tell them, hold on, and God is good and is able. So all they have to do is bind together like one bundle of stick that cannot be broken.
That was Miss Martha Charles, a popular prayer warrior on the Real Expressions program. Miss Camille Scott also chimed in, expressing her sympathy.
We lost a great man, so my sympathy goes to everybody, all the family and friends and supporters, everybody. God knows best.
Also bidding Mr. Nimrod farewell was Miss Matheson from Carriacou.
Today is a sad day for we the people of Carriacou, Grenada and Petite Martinique, because today is the day we put in a great man to rest, a man that did so much for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, so much development he did. When I used to come here before, I knew Carriacou was in a state, but when Mr. Nimrod do so much work in Carriacou become a place to be reckoned with. It was a pleasure to come from abroad and to come in Carriacou. It was a pleasure. So this morning, God, we feel very sad knowing that this man, this great man of ours, will be laid to rest. We thank the family. We thank the family and we offer our condolences to the family, saying that we felt so sad. So we tell them to keep the faith, keep strong. We know Jesus is good. Jesus gave us someone only for a time and a season. And when the time comes, he will take them home to rest. We'll have a better place in heaven. And I know Mr. Nimrod will be rejoicing when he gets to heaven. He's standing at the gates of mercy. But when that gate opens to him, he will enter in and he will rejoice. So we too, let us say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nimrod, for everything what you have done for us in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. In Grenada too. He's a great man. So today we lead him to rest with sadness in our hearts.
Real FM's very own Andre Donald, who was a part of the broadcast team for the funeral, also spoke to the farewell ceremony.
And today is the final farewell for, maybe not for the family, but definitely for other Grenadians, because families tend to hold on, and of course we know why they will hold on, because and that's family. But it's the time today when Grenadians will be saying goodbye to Elvin G. Nimrod.
Death leaves a heartache no one can heal. Love leaves a memory no one can steal. You're listening to the Year in Review for the month of March. Welcome back to March's news. There has been no deaths in Grenada as it relates to anyone dying from being vaccinated by the popular AstraZeneca vaccine. During the question and answer portion of a post-cabinet briefing facilitated by the Ministry of Health during the month under review, two journalists would have questioned the Minister of Health, Honorable Nicholas Steele, as it relates to someone dying shortly after being administered the vaccine. Minister Steele went on to put these concerns to rest.
Asking if anybody died from the vaccine? And the answer is categorically no. There is absolutely no evidence of anyone in Grenada or anywhere else dying as a result of the vaccine. Now, let me be clear on this. The vaccine does not give you immortality. It gives you immunity to COVID-19. So that doesn't mean that after receiving a vaccine and both doses of the vaccine, that someone doesn't die from something else. But it is not, definitely not, from or as a result of taking the vaccine.
Health Minister Honorable Nicholas Steele. Government continued to play a significant role in the educational sector despite the global pandemic. Speaking to this was Education Minister Honorable Emlyn Pear during a national address on Wednesday, March 24th.
Government has been doing everything during this pandemic to give full support to the education sector, mindful of the devastating effect that this pandemic can likely have on our children and their future. Let us not lose sight of the fact that many of our students will need significant additional time to catch up on what they have lost.
Minister Pear at the time spoke to some of the challenges that students were faced with and spoke to the hard work that will need to be invested to overcome the challenges.
Before COVID-19, an assessment coordinated by the OECS Commission revealed that in Grenada, about 60% of our grade 2 students were reading below the grade 1 level. So at this time, we are dealing with both pre-COVID and COVID-related challenges of learning disparities and deficiencies. Overcoming the challenges will require significant dedication and commitment and the collaboration of all stakeholders in education.
In closing, during the month under review, the minister spoke to government's continued investment into the educational sector and also ensuring that teachers continued to be paid.
Similarly, we are committed to enhancing access to technology and are investing over $35 million in the e-learning program, providing laptops, tablets, and other devices to all students and teachers from preschool all the way to secondary schools. We have started distributing over $1 million worth of furniture to address the serious problem we face, having to abandon double-sitting arrangements as we ensure schools are compliant with the COVID-19 protocols. Despite the significant financial challenges and demands that government face, we have been able to continuously meet our monthly salary commitments to teachers, approximately $85 million annually to date.
Education Minister Honorable Emlyn Pear. That concludes the top news stories for March 2021. Let's move over to Brandon Wells for our top sports stories for the month.
Welcome to the Sports Year in Review for the month of March. I am your host, Brandon Wells. Plans were announced to revitalize the Shantymill football competition. Speaking to Tropoland Sports, organizer Jelani Glean spoke to the importance of this competition to the community of Shantymill and surrounding areas.
The last time the competition was played was in 2018. This was an annual competition held in our village for many, many years, over 20 years. And then we came into a lull where, organization and sponsorship and so on became a challenge. And that tournament went dormant for probably another 20 years. And then I took the initiative, understanding what this tournament has always meant to me as a youngster growing up in Shantymill, getting opportunities to playing, with my friends and, fellow community members, having the little friendly rivalry and, the community spirit that he brought out. Everyone came out to support that. I felt like that was missing with, any other activity that we had in the village, and wanted to restore that tournament. So we started that back around 2012.
Voice of Jelani Glean. Grenada Prime Minister and huge cricket fan Dr. The Right Honorable Keith Mitchell said the Caribbean is blessed with talented players, but selectors have not been spot on with the decision making when it comes to selecting players for different formats of the game. Dr. Mitchell is concerned that too much focus is being placed on T20 cricket.
I don't believe that some of the young talented players who I believe have enormous potential for Test cricket should be picked for playing T20 cricket. I think certain people like Chris Gayle and others like that should be there because at his age he don't want to be in a field for 2 and 3 days and he still have some skills that he can make a serious contribution. I see 1 or 2 persons, a Pollard for example could be on a T20 and a one-day team and so on, and even possible Test cricket. But I don't see many players that should be crossing those boundaries.
Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. The Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. Michael Finley, the new head coach of the Grenada men's national football team, had described Grenada football as encouraging. The Canadian took charge of the team, replacing Shalwi Joseph.
Encouraging. Grenada comes with, I believe, a very strong sporting background, whether that be in other sports, but also football. I see a great emotion when they come to the pitch. I see opportunity and potential. And I also see a great number of people who are demanding success and want to move the game forward here in Grenada.
And finally, the Grenada Paralympics Committee, like many of the sporting bodies in Grenada, took a massive hit when the COVID-19 pandemic put sports on a forced break in 2020. Now in 2021, the Sporting Association was still challenged by the health crisis. Triple N Sports spoke to President of the Paralympics Committee, Ray Roberts, in March to find out what was happening with the committee.
The challenge has remained for every sport. I mean, you had to shut down, and we are a pretty new organization. We were just beginning to work with as many physical education officers attached to sports and education, and quite a number of them, were giving us the kind of cooperation. Even up to now, some are very much, we have a WhatsApp chat, and some have maintained their interests and we circulate information. The athletes that we have identified have continued training. I will want to compliment, the athletes. You have Nai, the swimmer, Aishona, there's one, Nikki, and there's a Ferrer guy also too. They have all maintained with coach. In the case of the athletes, Coach Paul Phillip has worked with them. I know the Ministry of Sports created an enclave in the Plainfield area that they would follow the protocol but continue to train.
Voice of Ray Roberts. And that put a wrap on the Sportian Review for the month of March. This has been your presenter, Brandon Wells.
You're listening to the Year in Review for the month of March. Join Triple N at the top of the hour as we move on to April.
Survive a revolution, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive isolation, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive a foreign invasion, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive the mongoose gang. You lick up Grenada, Hurricane Ivan, but you couldn't crush the spirit of the Grenadian. Grenada will rise again.
Every time I try to talk to him, he's looking at his phone and smiling like a Cheshire cat and everything like that. He doesn't even have his headphones on, so he doesn't know what I'm saying or anything like that. What's wrong with this guy?
Why they tell the listeners we were having such a deep conversation?
Yeah, we were having a conversation.
Not a conversation, not a deep one.
Yeah. Patsy Abraham. Patsy says good morning to the... Patsy, why you say good morning to me? Real FM family, I'm not Real FM. Patsy, now you're kind of disrespecting me.
It's like, when you're sitting on the block out and somebody passing and you have somebody on the block they don't doing good with. They just buy in morning.
I know it.
No, so if they are custom calling persons and say Andre morning, call mine, they don't say no, just say morning. So then they say, enter the same morning.
Who should we show next? We showed Anthony Wilson for a while. Who should we show next?
You say Kindra played a part, so show Kindra.
Well, yeah,
next.
Kindra played a part. Kindra.
So
Remember
show-
we spoke to, were you here when we spoke to Kindra?
No.
Not sure.
But I listened.
You listened.
So you could put Kindra next.
She has a wonderful smile. Good morning to you, Mrs. Stewart.
Yeah.
Sharon Stewart. Good morning to you. How you doing? Hope that everything's alright with you. Yeah. And she's got a baby, right? Baby
Yeah.
girl. Yeah,
Okay.
Baby girl. Yeah. Good morning to you.
Bouncing baby girl. You know, I just say Mrs. Stewart. Or Mrs. Stewart, as the people up so would say. You know, a lot of times when we're speaking of persons and giving them handle, a lot of us doesn't recognize the true handle. Like, okay, we like to call people mistress that. You know, mistress is not a good thing.
No, it's not.
And
it's
people
not.
who accept mistress accept in a bad thing.
It's like you're madam in a home. In a whore house. Put it
Yeah,
that way. Plain,
and-
frank, and simple.
And
That's
not
what
only
you are.
that, mistress is like the concubine. That means there's a significant one, and you is the order
Is the
or
other-
the side.
is the side thing.
It's a piece in the tail, and a lot of people accept it without knowing it.
What's it supposed to be?
Huh? Either Mrs.
Mrs.
Yeah, like you give Mrs. because she's married.
Yeah.
When you're not, you use Miss. When I say Miss, mistress.
I didn't say that. Yeah, I think I gave this joke before, but I must give it again because every time I give it, people laugh about this. It has to do with married.
Yeah.
And yes, folks, if you see, no, you can't see me, so I could take my medication. I will have loads of it to take. Yeah, I usually do. Anyway, so this girl is walking down the road, and as they say, Carl barely knows.
Yeah.
So Miss Maisie, who is a lady in the village, sees
Not the same one with our with red plastic bag, Maisie.
Maybe that one, yeah. Miss Maisie, that lady in the village. So Miss Maisie sees her coming down the road, struggling
Yeah.
with her belly. So she says to her, hey, child, what are you? It's so the young lady blushes and she goes, chuckles. Auntie Maisie, I'm pregnant. Well, child, I raise you as a baby. I do everything for you. And you mean you get married and you don't tell me? So she chuckles again. No, Auntie Maisie, I don't married yet. You don't married? Well, child, you don't pregnant. You barely big. Only married people are too pregnant.
Yes. She don't pregnant, she expecting.
When I got out, I cracked up. I can't remember if it's Pele Dabo that gave me that years ago. I don't remember.
Yeah,
It could've
because you see, and that one I think so. The society has become, in them time and them you had to. You get your own respect when you're married.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why the when people trying to berate you, belittle you, they tell you you're a bastard. In them days when a man call you a bastard, that was a low blow.
Mm-hmm. There's a slap in your face.
Oh,
kind
I
of
mean,
thing. Yeah.
you're crying for weeks.
Yeah, a punch in the gut. Because you're a bastard.
When a man tell that means the man go deep down.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, but it's something, and in next year, we had to have some of those topics on them on edge, because I think we would not be doing justice to the thing if we don't educate the citizenry.
But there are a number of things that are going to happen next year. The first thing we have to do is to ensure that the New National Party wins big.
Yes.
Remember, I didn't say just a win, it wins big.
Bigly.
Bigly? Donald Trump, then you have to do the bigly sign.
Bigly.
Yes. So that. And when that would have taken place, I think it would lay the carpet, so to speak.
So then
for
Dorothy
us
could
to-
be jammed.
Yeah, we could jam Dorothy. Because we can just take politics totally out of the picture.
Not totally, scale it down a bit.
Well, scale it down, but and then start looking at society and some of the things that we believe that are not necessarily correct. We may not be correct, but we'll invite other views.
Yeah. Issues of nation building.
Issues of nation building. That's how I like to hear it called. Issues of nation building. We'll definitely have to do that. I think we owe it to the nation, to do something like that.
And on every festival, we should do something on it. Like we have independence, we should have some discussion on it. Because you still have people with different views as you listen to independence, or what we would like to see happen, which is not happening at present. When it comes down to things like Valentine's and Easter and things. Because the thing about it, Jay, when we had that small discussion on Christmas, and I sought to bring a particular view as it relates to the book. Even yesterday, I met people who listen and want to hear more, so that means it makes sense, giving them another view. So one could sit and ponder and make a informed decision. So I think we are well placed to be part of the thing. And nation building does not always have to be about politics. It's educating the people or pointing them in a particular direction. Because remember, a lot of things we learned, or the education system, is not necessarily the right thing for us as a people. Because a lot of times the person who give us those doctrine or those learnings have a particular agenda. Why? So there are certain times we have to think outside the box and break the mold, break the shackle. Because if one says, as Brother Bob Marley put it, we have to emancipate ourselves. None but ourselves to free our minds. But we could only do that when we have the requisite information or education.
And then that brings us back to the situation in the dog.
Yes.
We need to educate people that you cannot be cruel to animals.
And we're talking about cruelty at all levels here, from the owner downward.
Yeah. You cannot be cruel to animals. The planacing
Yes.
of a donkey is wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
No, cow and thing too.
Yeah, the planacing of these animals, that's wrong. That's pain that you are inflicting, unnecessary pain.
On a dumb animal.
On a dumb animal. And that animal, do not think for one moment that animal ain't thinking, if I get a chance, I jam Dorothy with him.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, me and two other guys was walking, and we saw a man walking some plants on a cow. But I asked him, I said, you don't intend selling that cow for people to kill? Because the whole side of the cow wasn't good.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, in a jokey way, one of the other gentlemen tell him, by you beating that cow so much, they create cow before you, you know. You come and meet cow here. Watch, I laugh until I fall.
But it's the truth.
Is it truth?
Yeah. You meet cow.
Cow was here before him.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say he comes as an afterthought, but then Jesus, God sit down there, he just made that thing and said, okay, fine, I'll make a leader the whole thing.
Yes. So I think we are talking about the extension and Real FM by extension. We should get into those things, because you see, everyone talks about legacy, and legacy is not always tangible, Dre.
One of our biggest problems, Carl, in this country is that people don't like to speak to the media.
Yeah.
And that is something that I think we should change.
Yeah.
In the coming months, coming years. People have to understand that there's a need for them to speak, and because they're the ones who are educated, and they're the ones who need to speak to the others who are less educated than they are.
Yeah.
I did an interview with the not the ambassador, the British High Commissioner.
Yeah.
I did an interview with her, think Freeman, Wendy Freeman, that's her name? Yeah. I did an interview with her. And Carl, when I spoke to her afterwards, she said to me, Andre, I don't really do well in interviews.
Okay.
I don't like to do interviews, but there was something with you that I did not feel like I was being interviewed.
Yeah, because it's comforting.
And that to me was a big statement.
Yeah.
Because that's what I tried to do with folks. And there are a lot of people who would say to me, no, Andre, I can't do that. I'm like, yo, you just talking to me, right? Aren't you talking to me now? Yeah, well, Andre, I said, then when we'll be talking at that time, you be talking to me.
Yeah, but contrary to the opinion of some, you, Andre Dahl, makes people feel comfortable when you're speaking to them.
Well, that's the objective. That's the only way you're going to get information out there.
Yeah. And it comes with the fact that I believe that you have a handle of what you want to do. Because you remember we had this discussion and you was indicating to me that someone on the radio who approached you and said, boy, when I have to do interview at once and you give them some pointers over the W's.
Oh yeah, that's my good friend Sean.
Yeah, the W's. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it was amazing when last I visited your home and you had other gentleman and the same discussion came up.
Couple days ago, yeah.
And he said, because you told him all the W's, he was able to pass it on to another person. Yeah. And that leads to what I'm talking about, legacy. So when one doesn't understand legacy, legacy is not about praising Andre, but you would create something or enact something that somebody else could learn from, and it might not even be from you. You know, my grandmother, I grew up with my grandmother, and she saw so much sayings, and a lot of them I didn't used to understand, and I used to say in my mind, what she's saying? She tell me she tell me the cemetery is the richest place. Well, I say, man, dead, bones, thing. She say, yeah, because all who do pass on the ideas, they go there with it. A lot of information there. What we don't know.
You can't get
part what in the cemetery.
Everything. Yeah.
And we just talk about we didn't learn part what in the cemetery and them. So that's something we miss out, invaluable, priceless. We'd have been proud enough to lingo like a patois.
Yeah.
But
we.
Yeah, because unfortunately they used to use it to speak for us, not to pick up the lingo.
Yeah.
And we as a people know,
is it Como Sava?
Yeah, it's Slough kind of thing. Vinica, way.
Yeah, you can only remember.
And one thing I always remember for Gain and Buffet.
Oh, that. Gain and Buffet.
Seed and the leaf.
And it took years, eons. It was, for me to, and it came from a Frenchman, meaning, a Haitian.
Yes.
A Haitian. And when I mentioned it to him, he smiled. He said, "Oh, seed on the leaf," and I'm like, "What the heck is that? That's what that means? Get on my face?"
Mm-hmm.
Because instantly, when he said "seed on the leaf," I know the bush and I know the seeds are underneath the leaf.
Yes.
There are a lot in your plotting.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, get on my face, seed on the leaf. I learned a bit of French that day.
Yeah. And if we know things, we ought to. With duty bound, we have a moral obligation to pass it on, and we have this medium here, and we should let it.
I just say this to you, Carl, and I want this to resonate to the people who are listening, and I trust that Grenadians would understand. The conception of this was, I wouldn't say it wasn't to make money, but the conception of this was the development of the community.
Yes.
That's where Real FM came from. The development of the community. And I remember the gentleman there's a piece on Real FM about Real FM. If you go on the site and so on, you read that piece.
Yeah.
That was written by myself and a gentleman called Owen Sap Coombs. And Owen Sap Coombs, elderly. When I met him, I was in my 40s. He would have been, I was like early 40s, late 30s, early 40s, and he would have been already in his 70s.
Wow.
Brilliant man. Wonderful artist. As a matter of fact, Vincentian's listening to me. Owen Sap Coombs, there's a competition, Carl, for the what you call it, the flag, the Vincentian flag.
Yeah.
And he came in second, and but Sap is probably dead by now. Not that I'm wishing him dead, but with time and all of this, I think that Sap is dead because he lost contact when I came back to Grenada.
Yeah.
And Sap said to me that he drew a flag.
Yeah.
And he says he did not win the competition because he did not belong to the political party that was in office at that particular time.
Okay.
So he believed that is why he didn't win. But the copy of that flag must be somewhere in St. Vincent that he drew.
Yeah.
So it was, do you understand? Two flags that was in that competition. Owen Sap Coombs, and he lost. He
didn't win.
He didn't win. Now, we wrote that piece together. And also, when I said to him, he said, what's going to be the name of the radio station? And it took us about a couple of days, And then I came and I said, Real FM. And he says, Real? Real as in, I said, Real as in Coca-Cola. The real thing. He's like, okay, fine. So, how are we going to, what? I said, well, the R has to be for radio. He says, yeah. And he wrote down R radio. And then we're there and because we were working together.
Yeah.
And we're there, and then he called me afterwards. He said, come, I got something for you. And the E, he had entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, yeah, we're going somewhere with this. And before long, REAL, when you look at it, if you put it out, it's real, REAL, the R is radio. If you look at my back card, you'll see it.
Yeah.
Read it.
Radio entertainment always last.
Radio entertainment always last. LASTS. And he was the one who said to me, when we came up with LAST, he says, you crazy? I says, what do you mean I'm crazy? He said, hold on. You here with me all this time and I'm schooling you and you making that mistake? I'm like, what's the mistake? He said, LAST means you're last in the line.
Mm-hmm.
I says, yeah. I said, so we have to. He said, no, add S to it, which means that it will last a long time.
Long lasting.
I'm like, okay, so we got it. And hence the reason it became radio entertainment always lasts.
Brilliant.
We came up with that.
Yeah.
And then I came back.
Then you returned.
Yeah, I returned to Grenada, and that was what that's my sister trying to reach me. I don't know why she tried to reach me today. I'll give her a New Year's present if she wants to reach me. Okay, I'll show her to reach me. Let's see. Be very careful. You're live on the radio.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
You're very careful. You're live on the radio, Miss Merriman.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Good morning, Miss Merriman.
And how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay. You're having so much good fun, you don't forget your family.
I forget my family? Why didn't my family forget me?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Don't even go there. I call you how many times?
Let me ask you a question.
You don't answer you.
Let me ask you.
You don't answer your phone. Let the people on the end hear that.
Hold on. Did you buy my phone?
What?
Did you buy my phone?
Maybe.
No, you didn't.
Oh, okay. I thought I did.
No,
Sorry.
You didn't. No, you didn't. Why don't you buy a phone so I can answer it?
Yeah. I'll surely do that when I win the lotto.
Sister, you and you just go to church and think, are you gonna play lotto first?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when I win the lotto.
Since you're going to church, you're supposed to go to thing lotto.
Leave it there. I said I never tell you I just play the lotto, and I say when I win the lotto.
Okay.
You don't know what lotto I'm gonna win?
Okay, sis, all right. You don't have to scream in people's head like that. What's your problem?
I am not screaming, honey. I am not screaming.
I just didn't grow you properly out. Are you sorry?
Because I want to hear your voice. Christmas, you don't even call to say Merry Christmas. So I'm just calling to say Happy New Year before I call tomorrow and you don't answer again.
And what make you believe I'd answer this time around?
I don't know. You answer and I'm happy that you answered.
Okay. So what's up, big sis?
Nothing much. I'm just there, just going to the shower and I say, I call this boy, he don't answer me. Let me call him and see if I will get him this morning.
You bid? You just bid still? Huh?
So everything good?
I ask if you bid still, if you're still bid. I don't ask you.
Oh, yes. I didn't hear that question. It go.
It go? Okay.
Yes, I do.
How's your son?
Every day.
How are your sons?
Every day.
How are your sons?
Everybody good, everybody good. Thank God for life.
How's my big niece?
Well, she must be good, I talked to her Christmas Day. They wanted me to come for Christmas, but you're going to tell me that today for tomorrow? You gotta be kidding me.
Well, I'll tell you what. You should have known that and get prepared because you know that's how she operates.
No.
Okay. Let me ask
because you see, the thing is not that because I didn't know Brian was coming down.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you
because
this.
he told me he was taking a few days.
Let me ask you this. Is she still at Kings County or she moved to the other hospital?
No, she moved. She moved already. She moved since October, I think was the last she worked on here.
Okay. So what hospital is she at now?
I don't know,
Well, you don't know
I don't know. All I know is one day the morning I was coming down with Brian that morning she was going to work. And she said, thank God she don't have to, although she had to drive about an hour before she get to she job. I was like, wow, well that don't make no sense. But you don't have traffic light coming down here.
Okay.
So apparently, to me, is a maybe more paying job.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope I get some money. We haven't spoken for a long time, so she kind of like owe me, don't you think, sis?
She owe you for what, babe?
Just always. She ain't talked to me for a long time.
Well,
one uncle.
Can't you tell her that? Can't you tell her that?
Oh boy.
I know you, and she would laugh. She would laugh at that. I know you have a phone number. So give her a surprise for the new year.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. I hope she answers.
Yeah, man. She would answer.
All right, I hope she
would answer. Just don't call too early.
Yeah, I know. I got that. But it is my plan to. It is my plan to call everybody for the New Year's because I've I have a lot of reservations as it relates to Christmas. Me and the Christmas thing ain't really hanging too properly.
Okay.
So for the New Year's, I promise I'll call everybody. I'll call everybody. I'll call so much that I'll call steel and brass and all.
I spoke to him when Monday, Tuesday, one day in the weekday.
Okay, that's how many calls I'll make tomorrow as New Year's Day. I'll make all those calls tomorrow.
Yeah, but remember because the wave, everybody trying to make calls. So
yeah, but don't worry, I'll get.
Understand what I mean?
I'll get everybody. Don't worry about that. I'll get everybody. Anyway, goodbye. God bless you. Take care.
Yes, babe.
All right.
You take care.
All right, sis.
All right, bye-bye.
Goodbye. Yeah. Big sister call.
Yeah, Andre Dahl, your good friend, Winston Frederick, asked me to tell you morning. Morning.
Why doesn't he do it for himself?
I don't know. What he say he listening us.
So he knows how to.
Yeah, but we part combination things. So if you tell me, tell you. So I'm telling you.
A cousin of mine from
Adric.
Riverside is celebrating his birthday today.
That's who?
Chateau. Do you know that guy?
He in States?
No, he's in Canada, Edmonton to be exact. Okay. You know Chateau? You know about him?
I heard of him. Football Latas?
Yeah. Was the captain, I think the longest serving captain of Latas.
Okay.
Glenn Toussaint.
Yeah,
Chateau.
Our cousin was celebrating today to Terry Roberts' dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
So today's Chateau's birthday. Happy birthday, Glenn. I guess your mom, Gloria, your sisters, Glenda and Myrtle, would want to wish you all the best today on your birthday, cause have a nice one. Carl, the time is 9 o'clock. What do we have at 9 o'clock? What month?
April.
In review for the month of April 2021. In this edition, we will feature some of the top developments that occurred in April. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors.
When you think of Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, what comes to mind? A reliable financial institution that has stood the test of time. Maybe you think about the convenience and quality financial service they provide. Do you think about their readiness to help you retire, achieve your academic goals, build your dream home, buy the piece of land, or the elegant car? Or maybe the convenience of their different locations, Jubilee Street in Grenville, or the new outlet on Lucas Street in St. George's in the Derek Sylvester building. Maybe you always consider how they're always a phone call away, 442-8602 or 438-4228. They're also online, www.grenvillecreditunion.com. No matter what comes to mind, remember, Grenville Cooperative Credit Union is the best place to save and to borrow, working with you to make your brighter tomorrow.
Welcome back. I am your presenter for the month of April. The community of Riverside kicked into high gear plans for Saraka 2021. The event was scheduled for Friday, April 9th, 2021. Speaking to this was representative for the community, Anika Happy Edwards, during Real FM's Real Expressions program with host Andre Donald. She spoke to this year's celebration as one of giving thanks. This year's celebration, however, was slightly scaled down due to the protocols that was instated at the time by the Ministry of Health. Happy spoke of what the community was to achieve on that day.
For sure this year, COVID-19 is alive and here, so we have to take into consideration all of these things. Having said that, we want to create a Saraka village by the Riverside playing field. So we are going to call the Riverside playing field on Friday the 9th, because that's Saraka. Saraka is always the Friday after Easter.
Yeah.
Right? So we are going to convert that playing field into Saraka village. And we are choosing the playing field, as you're aware, space. COVID-19 is
the distance. Yeah.
And everything of that sort. And we want to have all our sanitizing areas. All right, we are going to mark our bleachers, our 3 feet apart, and so on and so forth.
While all plans were being executed, approval for the event was pending. Anika Happy Edwards.
So we already had that first meeting with the cooks and Shema Wells and the Cultural Foundation. Now in that meeting, we came up with a model, right, as to how we are going to walk Saraka with the pandemic being around. How we are going to have Saraka with, the COVID-19, what are we going to put in place, measures in place, and so on and so forth. And after that meeting, we wrote to the CMO, the protocol, and we gave a model as to how we expect it to happen on that day. Okay. What is going, how we are going to channel things, from that to this, and that's where the whole creation of the village came in, with space and so on and so forth. And that's what we await. We await our confirmation letter, fingers crossed, that they grant us the permission.
A fresh approach to revamp Grenada as a choice destination was taken by the Grenada Tourism Authority. This was mentioned by the chairman of the authority, Mr. Barry Collimo. Collimo indicated the reasons for the focus.
The GTA is
reorganizing, refocusing, working very closely with the GHTA and all the tourism stakeholders, the Airlift Committee and so on, to put Grenada's tourism on a different path and to have a situation where we can see much more persons benefiting across the board from tourism. One of the things that we are doing is focusing very heavily on international marketing, and international marketing is the thing that will get us over this period and launch us into a realm really that we have never seen before.
Collymore says as part of the fresh approach and revamp, a new CEO was being sought after for the authority.
And I am pleased to announce, it's probably though the worst kept secret in the industry, that we have hired a new Chief Executive Officer. Her name is Petra Roach, and she is a fantastic international marketer. The hiring of Ms. Roach will mean that for the first time, the GTA is led by an international marketer. We are a international marketing organization, and the board thought that rather than an admin person and leading the GTA, that we needed somebody who was very, very strong with international marketing. And I want to thank the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, my friend Leo from the GHTA, who's the president, and Ms. Helen Shore-Paris for joining me on the CEO selection panel. And we think we've found the right candidate.
Chairman of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Mr. Barry Collymore. Neighboring island St. Vincent and the Grenadines was up in ash following the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano. A response plan was activated by the Royal Grenada Police Force, according to Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Michael Francois. Officers, he indicated, were being deployed to monitor activities ongoing within Grenada's borders.
And we have activated, the Royal Grenada Police Force has activated its response operation plan to this situation that is unfolding in St. Vincent at this time. And so as soon as we received information sometime yesterday afternoon that the crisis, the situation has changed, we would have activated our plan and deployed several police officers into Carriacou. That would also augment the activities at Petit Martinique as well. So we would have sent an additional asset to Carriacou in the Coast Guard, and we would have had an increase in number of immigration officers that are stationed there. We would have increased that as well. Additionally, SSU personnel has been increased as well, and regular police officers.
While there were many persons set to arrive legally on island, one individual was caught attempting to enter Grenada's borders illegally.
We are now in a state of alert with respect to monitoring activities not only in Carriacou and Petit Martinique but on the mainland in Grenada, because we would have adopted a two-pronged approach. As you're aware, we have persons who are coming into Grenada in response to the invitation of the Grenada government, which would be on one hand, and then we have several persons who want to use the opportunity to engage in illegal activity. And as I say that, just this morning in our operational response, we would have picked up Vincentian National, who in collusion with the Grenadians, and several pounds of cannabis and firearm and rounds of ammunition. So as we respond to this particular crisis with persons who are coming in, there are those on the other hand who will be using the occasion to engage in illegal activities.
The public was urged to help in the assistance of keeping Grenada's borders safe by Deputy Commissioner of Police.
And we will be vigilant at the same time in response to COVID-19. We have our curfew on at midnight. So it's a lot of work. And we would want to appeal to the Grenadian population that any activity that they see that seems to be illegal, and we're not speaking about the government-approved process of bringing in people into Grenada, we're looking at persons who are coming in illegally, and those who want to engage in illegal activity to please notify the police so we can have a proper response in this regard.
Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Michael Francois. We're looking at April's developments. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. While the Ministry of Health continued with its vaccination campaign, Prime Minister Dr. The Right Honorable Keith Mitchell reiterated to the general public that vaccination was not mandatory. He noted vaccination was a matter of choice.
No one can force you to take the vaccine. No one. I said before, I will not support any law that compels people to vaccinate. That's my philosophical position. Some countries are doing it. Comes and say if you ain't get vaccine, you can't get this, and you can't. I'm not in that. That's a human responsibility. Protect yourself. But my urge is to vaccinate, because that is the way we can get back to business as usual, where we can get back to our economic activity. The signs are looking good, but we must get the vaccination. So I urge in everyone, and the more people get vaccinated, the more we can move forward and to do other things. So if you want to have a show, the cultural artists, we may have to have a show and say, look, the entrance to the show must be show your vaccination. Because that is to protect the patrons, and that is to protect everybody. So it's not about not wanting people to enjoy themselves, because that is a natural part of life. So friends, I wanted to send that message.
Prime Minister Dr. The Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. Moving along, Flow Grenada was commended for its assistance in bringing in much-needed relief to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Those commendations came from Mr. Winston Frederick, Community Development Supporter. Frederick jumped on board, giving additional support to the neighboring island.
I would like to say congratulations to Flow on its efforts of, standing with the people of St. Vincent.
Okay.
And also, showing some island love, for our brothers and sisters who have, been inflicted with a natural disaster, And I look forward to also committing to, providing resources any which way I can to assist the people of St. Vincent, and also Carriacou as well, because, Carriacou is also close to them. That also might need our resources from Grenada quickly as possible.
According to Frederick, in these trying times, now more than ever, Grenada and other CARICOM countries need to come together as a collective body.
Grenadians are very supportive, of their neighbors that might be going through different things at different times. And, it's good that we stay as a collective body within the Caribbean islands, that we could constantly support each other and build growth and development.
Community Development Supporter, Mr. Winston Frederick. More developments from April shortly. Continuing with the month of April 2021. The cuttings came down to the first ever Pamela Moses reading and interview competition. The competition was part of the Pamela Moses Youth Developmental Project. The project was initiated to tap into youth within the constituency by showcasing their talents and developing in various areas. Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick East, Honorable Pamela Moses, during the final leg of the competition, expressed how proud she was with the achievement of the program.
Mr. Chair said it right, I am indeed so proud of all those things that you mentioned. The place that we're in, the competition, everything, indeed.
Honorable Moses went on to thank all involved in ensuring the project was a success.
Particularly to you, group members, all the group members from River Sally to Rose Hill to Montfenn, Liberal, Lafontaine, Montrose, Hermitage. The role that you've played in making this care possible has been tremendous. There's no way possible that this Pamela Moses Youth Development Program can be possible without you, without your input. To the parents and the young, those of you who took part in the preliminaries, those of you who have made it to the finals, yourself and your parents would have contributed significantly to this. And I really do want to applaud you for your effort and thank you tremendously for your support. To my staff who have been working hard to make this day possible since the last preliminary, I thank you. I was very amazed when I saw how wonderful the place looked. And thank you for all that you have done. And of course to our youth officer who had coordinated all of these activities.
Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick East, Honorable Pamela Moses. During a post-cabinet briefing held on Wednesday, April 21st, Minister of Agriculture Honorable Peter David indicated that the government of Grenada was strongly considering the decriminalization of marijuana. The Agriculture Minister indicated that within coming weeks, a public consultation was to be held on the legislative procedure and move forward.
The government has indicated, and we are going to stick to that commitment, to bring some legislation for discussion shortly. The first step is not going to be for mass production. The first step is going to deal with the criminal justice issues, meaning that there are many young people who have been criminalized, or not criminalized, who have received criminal records because of possession of small quantities. We are going to discuss, have a national discussion on the small quantities. The proposals will come before several stakeholder organizations within the next couple of weeks. And we are going to discuss what has been done through the region, which is the decriminalization of small quantities of cannabis.
The agricultural minister said while a talk was set to be held on the decriminalization, cultivation of the product on the island was an entirely different conversation.
With respect to cultivation, that is a larger, more difficult discussion. If you speak to other regions, even St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I had a long discussion with Soboto in St. Vincent on that. It is not as simple as we make it sound. So the agronomists, the economists, the financiers, everybody have to come together at some future date to discuss where we go on cannabis.
The decriminalization talks would not end at small quantities. However, members of the Rastafarian community can look forward to its use in the sacramental ceremonies.
Another area that is going to be decriminalized is the use by members of the Rastafarian organizations, which will be allowed, which the suggestion is that they be allowed to use it for sacramental purposes as sacrament.
Agriculture Minister Honorable Peter David. On Friday, April 23rd, Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell was inoculated with the second dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine. During the inoculation ceremony, Dr. Mitchell spoke to the people who have been frustrated about workplace requirements on vaccination. He also stated that vaccination must be done in order for us to return to a state of normalcy.
If we want to get back to business as usual, if we want to have all the social interaction, because the human being is a social animal, we know this, it would mean that the only way we can safely say we can do this and get back as quickly as possible is for us to vaccinate.
Prime Minister Mitchell went on to say that vaccination was around for quite some time and it has never been an issue in the past.
There is this mindset of this vaccination is something new. In our entire life, we have been vaccinated for different reasons. Some of us, when we want to go, even at Prime Minister, if I wanted to go to some parts of Africa, I had to take certain vaccination against typhoid and other things. I never complained. When we are going to school, we had to take, before we go to certain, start our schooling, we had to do it, vaccinate against polio and other things.
The call was made to the people who are against the vaccination to act responsible with their actions.
And I make a special appeal to some healthcare workers whom I know have made statements to the fact they're not taking the vaccine. And if you as a healthcare worker, I am as a healthcare worker, making those statements public to my friends and family, I'm doing a lot of damage to those persons. So I call on every one of us to be responsible, and I look forward to more people taking this vaccination and giving us the opportunity as a country to start getting back to business as usual. People are excited to come to Grenada where we are now. We are on the radar for serious business activities. We want nothing to interfere with that radar at this point in time. And the only way we can ensure that we will be in that position on a continuous basis is to vaccinate every one of us as much as possible.
Minister of Health Honorable Nicholas Steele, who was also inoculated, spoke of how proud he was to receive his second dose and made a clarion call for persons to be vaccinated.
I am very proud to be getting my second dose with the Prime Minister and others to begin that process of moving to life as normal, and encourage each and every one of us to do our individual civic duties to protect us all as a country and to allow us all as a nation to move forward to life as normal. We cannot maintain this status quo. We will not be able to survive the COVID threats if we are not vaccinated, and therefore I look forward to everyone complying with the vaccinations.
You're listening to the Year in Review for the month of April. Welcome back with April's news. According to Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Franklin Redhead, there have been 3 instances where members of the Royal Grenada Police Force had to engage with members of the Grenada Union of Teachers Executive in regards to the conducting of industrial actions. The engagement was brought to light by Mr. Redhead at a police press briefing.
On the first occasion, the outgoing president and a segment of the executive was there. On the second occasion, we had the outgoing president and the incoming president, along with other members of the executive. And on the third occasion, there was a telephone conversation between Mr. Prince, who headed operations at the time, with the new president, Mr. Bartholomew, regarding our expectations relative to how protests can happen, but at the same time adhering to the existing protocols that are there for everyone. In spite of those 3 interventions, and I must state too that other persons have also applied to stage protests. I know of several other persons and institutions who have gone through the requisite protocols and have been granted permission by the CMO, certainly in support with support from the RTPF, relative to how they can, stage these expressions, if you will, relative to their own niche or particular issues.
He further expressed his disappointment since the proper protocols was not used. He spoke on the reason why the GUT president was called in for questioning.
We are disappointed, certainly in the context of how this story has been slanted, that the RGPF is on a path to prevent persons from having their expressions or violation or suppression of their rights. This is totally false. We have been very patient. We have acted with forbearance. We have chosen that pathway given the realities that exist before us. And certainly we will continue to pursue the path of forbearance relative to how we can make better sense and manage the environment within which we now operate. Mr. June Bartholomew was asked to come into the station pursuant to the non-compliance to the COVID regulations. And if you are an organizer of an event, there are certain expectations with respect to how this whole matter can progress.
While he spoke to the established protocols, the Deputy Commissioner indicated that the rights of the people to protest were not being taken away.
We are in no position, and certainly I want to state this very clearly, to prevent anyone from having their say or to exercising their democratic rights. However, these are not conventional times, and we have to ensure that within the frame of expressing those rights, we do not cause other rights to be violated as well, because we all live in a small society, and everything is connected. So what happens to one part of this system will affect naturally other parts of the system as well. So we want to make this very clear in our minds and in terms of expectations going forward.
Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Franklin Redhead. A clarion call was made to the private sector to get on board and invest in the agricultural sector. The call was made by Minister with responsibility for agriculture, Honorable Peter David. Minister David indicated that now more than ever, investment opportunities should be looked into post-COVID-19.
I think our private sector needs to see agriculture as a profitable enterprise. And therefore, I am calling on the private sector as we sit here to come forward with capital to invest. There are many persons who are now interested in agriculture, particularly in a post-COVID period, who want to do some production. I have heard many wonderful proposals from young people. The biggest problem is capital. So we are going to be working with the private sector. We are going to be working with the banks, with all of the financial institutions to see if we could get capital to partner with labor and to partner with the land to ensure increased production. So that is what we envisage going forward, and we are going to be having discussions on these.
Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Peter David. That concludes the top story for the month of April 2021. Let's move over to Brandon Wells for our top sports stories for the month.
Welcome to the Sports Year in Review for the month of April. I am your presenter, Brandon Wells. President of the Grenada Football Association, Mr. Chenny Joseph, had announced that the fall playing field was poised to receive an investment of over $300,000 into the field and the building of some changing rooms.
We are currently in discussion through the Minister for Sport on trying to negotiate an outstanding bill with the view of being able to invest over $300,000 in upgrading the playing surface at FUR, as well as to build some changing rooms there. If we get the support of all of the politicians with regards to our proposal to them, we are ready to work almost instantly on the resurfacing of the playing field in FUR.
Chenny Joseph, President of the Grenada Football Association. Grenada officially announced and introduced its first Paralympic swimmer, Nia Cruikshank. She traveled on Friday, April 9th to Texas to compete in a qualifying meet for the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. At the unveiling ceremony on Thursday, April 8th, President of the Paralympics Committee, Ray Roberts, noted that parasports in Grenada had entered a new era.
We are venturing into a new era of parasports in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. We were fortunate 2 years ago to have our first para-athlete, Aishona Charles, participate in the Desert Games in Arizona, won the gold medal, and certainly gave Grenada the image and the support that has taken us to this stage. Aishona, I must tell you, has already qualified for the Paralympic Games, which follow the Summer Olympics in Japan.
President of the Grenada Paralympic Committee, Mr. Ray Roberts. President of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Dwayne Gill, said cricket in the region is in good hands under the leadership of Ricky Skerritt. Gill was speaking to Skerritt's re-election as president of the regional body on Sunday, April 11th.
I think Ricky Skerritt and Dr. Shallow did pretty well in the circumstances. I think we had a very difficult period. They've been there for just the one term, and of course we had the whole COVID situation. So they've done well in terms of mending a lot of fences with a lot of the stakeholders. And so we felt from a Windward's perspective that it was important to give them another chance. I've sat with them at board meetings as a member of the board myself, and I believe that, they're on the right track. and with more support from the territorial boards and the other members of the board, of course, we believe that cricket is in good hands.
Voice of Dwayne Gill. And finally, Kirani James's coach Harvey Glantz had spoken to the athletes' challenges during the coronavirus pandemic. James, Grenada's first and only Olympic medalist, was preparing to open his athletic season. His coach Harvey Glantz was speaking on the Grenada Sports Talk Sports program hosted by Michael Bascom.
And we stayed motivated. We stayed driven. I was just as hungry not going to the games as I was going to the games. If the president had changed his mind and say, okay, this has all been political, we're changing our mind, I trained every day like we were going to the Olympics because I had to be sure. And that's what we've done with Kirani. Even though 2020 didn't happen, if it had happened, we were prepared. And that's what we've done all this time.
Coach of Kirani James, Harvey Glantz. And that ends the Sports Year in Review for the month of April. This has been our presenter, Brandon Wells.
You were listening to the Year in Review for the month of April. Join Triple N at the top of the next hour as we move on to May.
Survive a revolution, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive isolation, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive a foreign invasion, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive the mongoose gang. You lick up Grenada, Hurricane Ivan, but you couldn't crush the spirit of the Grenadian. Grenada will rise again, Grenada will rise again, just like an love and affection, can't kill the spirit of a people with so much determination, can't kill the spirit of a people with so much endurance, can't kill the spirit of a people with so much perseverance, can't match the strength of a hurricane, but we have the willpower to start all over again. Grenada will rise again, Grenada will rise again, just like an happen tomorrow. It will take some time just to get over the sorrow. There's got to be a morning after tomorrow. I see a brighter Grenada. Grenada will rise again. Grenada will rise again, just like a burning flame. This spice I will shine again. Grenada, and Pity Martinique will rise back up to its peak.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone Ozone Toilet Bowl Cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Dear Grenville Cooperative Credit Union family, 2021 came with many challenges, but we were able together survive the difficulties presented. Our board, management, and staff thank you, our cherished members, for doing business with us over the past year. We take this opportunity to wish you and your family a very merry, but most of all, a safe Christmas holiday. We invite you to call us on 442-8602 or drop in to your preferred branch and take advantage of our Christmas special offers. We look forward to serving you in 2022 and wish you success in all your endeavors. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all.
Introducing the Grenlec mobile app. You can now get your bill balance and easily track energy usage for your home or business. Report and receive alerts about power outages. Plus, stay up to date by receiving the latest notifications. Yes, the Grenlec app keeps you connected anytime, anywhere.
'Tis the season of joy, giving, and togetherness. Every year we look forward to gathering with family and friends to celebrate. However, our gifts to each other should be love and unity, not COVID-19. We are not yet out of the woods, and the super spreader Omicron variant is looming on the horizon. Play your part in protecting the gains our country has made in managing this virus. Get tested to know your status this festive season. Celebrate responsibly, protect yourself and your loved ones. Know your status. Get tested for COVID-19. A message from the Ministry of Health.
So the treasury broke and they say that recession jamming. So to foreign countries really start migrating. They lose faith in the country, they say we gone down the drain. They say no more could we see happy times again. But the will to recover in my people like have confidence. Although many may seem to feel that I'm talking nonsense, but the majority of we decide we're not going to run, because now is the time to show we patriotism. For we country facing is at its hour, so our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, it have one little thing that I want you always remember. We could make it if we try, just a little harder. If we just give one more try, life could be much sweeter. election time come back wrong, it's new ones we bring in. But if it's one thing about my people, I could guarantee that they would never ever put party before country. I know the country facing is dark, it's sour, and our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, it have one little thing that I want you always remember. We could make it if we try, just a little harder. If we just give one more try, life would be much sweeter. When the treasury was full and happy time, some was enjoying. Isn't over and love until poor people was living. Now the treasury flat and the country come back to square one. Poor people remain on the same old ghetto in John John. But to get the economy return today on some footing, it's the same poor people 10 days and cola they're taking. And without social unrest, poor people paying the price. Because they know for the country nothing too much to sacrifice. And if the country facing is dark, it's sour, so our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, it have one little thing that I want you always remember. We could make it if we try, just a little harder. If we just give one more try, life would be much sweeter. Anytime that we hear Trinbago is facing a crisis, as loyal citizens it's our duty to stay and assist. For we know to ourselves there could never become a day we're not deaf to this country we can repeat. So who want to go, could go, I have no objection. But while outside I want you to have some consideration that your country of good facing its worst day in history, and we must do what we can, regardless where we may be. Our country facing is dark, it's sour, and our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever we feel to surrender, it have one little thing that I want we all.
One thing I want you to always remember and to know, we can make it if we try, Grenada. All we need to do is to try, just a little bit harder. Just one little try, and everything will be good. We can't just sit back and just take everything for granted. We can't just sit back and just say, okay, fine, government has to do this, and government has to do this, and government has to do the other. No. We need to get into the whole process of trying and doing for ourselves. That's what we need to do. Because if we don't try, how are we ever going to make anything? We just need to. I want to speak to the COVID a bit. And the authorities, the authorities decided to take a chance, like that group ABBA. They have a song called Take a Chance on Me. You don't know that song? Yeah, there's a song by ABBA called "Take a Chance on Me." I believe we do have it somewhere in our archives. Let me just search and see if we have that song in our archives from ABBA. Take a chance on if you change your mind, why there things for you? Take a chance on me. Oh, I'm not seeing that song. How could that song not be there? Oh my, oh my. But nonetheless, I get to it. My good friend is here, and by the time he gives me I'm just proving to him that I can still multitask. And he doesn't believe that I could. He doesn't have that kind of a confidence in me, knowing full well that I'm the genius when it comes to this. What? No, sorry, I didn't put your mic on there. I should have put your mic on, and I didn't put your mic on. But I'm gonna try to get that song called. Do you know it? The song that I'm speaking about?
Yeah, I think I heard it.
Yeah. And what the government did was take a chance on its population.
Yeah.
And say, we are going to take a chance on you, knowing full well that you are able to behave in a manner which will speak to excellence. The government knew that you can behave in a manner that speaks to excellence. And you know what you did? You disappointed us all. Yeah, and I'm saying you, us. Yeah, I'm putting my. We disappointed us. We disappointed us, and that wasn't a good thing at all. This is a song I'm speaking about, Carl.
Take a chance on the first in line. Take a chance, honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know. Gonna be around. If you got no place to go when you're feeling down. If you're all alone, when the pretty birds have flown, honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. Gonna do my very best, and it ain't no lie. If you put me to the test and let me try, take a chance on me. That's all I ask of you, honey. Take a chance on me.
And that was all the government was asking. Well, the people were saying to the government, hey, take a chance on me. I can do this. And the government said, okay, fine, I'll take the chance on you. And Carl, it happened. The government, and even Dr. Mitchell said so in plain and simple words. He says, hey, I was a teenager too.
You understand.
And I understand exactly how you're feeling. And therefore, I am going to take the chance on you.
But Andre,
and you let him down.
We have become a nation where everybody claim to know what their rights are. Everybody claim to know what is in it for me. But everybody forgets that word responsibility. And the responsibility in treating with COVID and all the variants is being responsible. And too often we claim we want a faith, we want freedom, we want to go out. But we forgetting the responsibility factor. And we become complacent, and complacency breeds disaster. The whole complacent, and then we not a set of people who like to take responsibility, or who like to be held accountable. So you start hearing excuses again, or who come in and who don't get tested, and stuff like that. But we have to come to the realization that it's our responsibility to adhere to the protocols. And by now, the protocol should become a part of us. The protocol should not be something that the police have to call you and tell you X, Y, and Z. Because when you do follow the protocol, you don't only endanger you know. You endanger your immediate surrounding, that's mean your family and friends and so on, and the nation by extension. And what happens when you injure it? Measures has to be taken, which in turn affects the flow of a lot of things. It affects the economy, the ability of the government to provide for all and sundry, the greater good for the greater number. So by you simply not being responsible, Jay, it's a bad thing for everybody. And we are, we are knowledgeable because we could read every conspiracy theory there is on social media. But the protocol, which is simple to follow, we choose not to be part of it.
Yeah. That is sad.
It begs a serious question here.
That is sad.
And when you play the Christmas messages, the theme or the quintessential part of all these messages was be safe, be responsible. Even the breweries tell you drink, and they sell drinks, but in all of the advertisement they tell you drink responsibly. So even with the protocol, yes, you go out, you do things, you move about, but the protocol is there for a particular reason. And Andre, every time we have mass gatherings and others and we flaunt the protocol, the number spikes. So it's not about who come here. It's about not adhering to the protocols, Dre. On every occasion, there is a spike or increase in numbers. It could be easily linked to mass gatherings without the protocols.
And I keep saying to people, Carl, which is so very important, I don't have to be careful just for Andre.
No.
I have to be careful for you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I don't see you every day.
Yes.
But we interact.
All the time.
So I have to be careful for you. So you then have that responsibility.
Be careful for you. So I don't have to go in places where I could bring something to you.
Exactly.
And vice versa. And talking to a lot of people, they don't get that concept. This thing is not individual anymore. It is individual in the context that you'll be part of a team, part of a tapestry, part of the picture. If you're not there or you're not playing your role, it affects the whole thing. It's like a ring. If one part is broken, you cannot roll, you cannot move around a tire. So we have to understand we.
See, and then we
not about me.
We toss the blame and we say we play the blame game. When the numbers start to spike, then we start to play the blame game. And we start, they open the country and they're letting people come in and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So yes, the country is open and yes, people are coming in. So tell me, why shouldn't I be saying, yes, you're wearing your mask and yes, you're following the protocol? No, you ain't.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're not. And check this out.
Mm-hmm.
Your man or your woman fully vaccinated, and that person comes from abroad. Yeah? You hook up with the person because it's your significant other. But don't you think that you have a responsibility to yourself and to others to understand and to know, okay, hold on, yes, you're fully vaccinated and everything like that, but shouldn't we wait a couple of days before we could cohabitate like that?
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to be sure that you're good and you need to be sure that I'm good. So we're in the same house, but we probably ain't getting into no swallowing of no tongue at this moment.
No swallowing of substance.
Or substances, just what I'm saying. No, and that is something that we have to understand.
You cannot be too careful, Andre. Simple put.
So even if you don't have the person, even if you have the person to you, and the person doesn't have to go through that quarantine where they're away from you, but you can still see the person and still have a conversation, still touch.
Yes.
You know, still touch.
With the protocols in place.
With the protocols in place. Isn't that better than that person having to spend half of what they came with to spend with you in quarantine, and half of it, meaning in both ways, half of the days they came to spend as one, and half of the amount of money that they came to spend also. You know? So I don't think that we're thinking.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Better to be safe than sorry. So, and even those who are coming from abroad, you are coming from countries where you are wearing your mask and you are following all the protocols. There is. You are. But guess what? You come here and you throw caution to the wind. And nobody's holding you responsible. They're turning around and they're saying government should not have let you come in. Simple. Government should not have let you come in. And here's how this thing works. Government does not let you come in. Government does not make any money. Carl, am I correct here?
No.
Stick with me. Government hasn't, they would not make any monies. And not money from you spending, you know. But the foreign, forget about the spending part. The foreign exchange that government would earn as a result of you coming into the country, if government is not able to make that, then guess what? You, the one who is resident here, you will not get pay and you may lose your job. It's as simple as that. So if government doesn't take the chance, and they have to take the chance on the population, they have to take the chance to unknowingly that they want you to adhere to the protocols. That's all they're asking.
And simply put, Andre, we are a nation without the fact that we are a Christian nation. And one of the Christian teachings are be your brother's keeper.
Simple.
So if you believe you in Christianity or you are Christian, and render the things that is Caesar unto Caesar, and render the things that are unto the Ancient of Days, so long as it doesn't contradict, and keeping the protocol has not in no way, shape, or form contradict the book. So if you don't believe in the book and the book tells you to render what is Caesar unto Caesar and Caesar say protocols and be responsible,
then,
if you cannot treat with what Caesar say, ultimately you cannot treat with what the Ancient of Days ask you to do, you know. Because if you're here and you're being disobedient, and when he tells you, be obedient, because I set up this thing and set it down and put 2 on one day. So if you believe in him, it's an easy and a straight case to adhere to the protocols.
But not only that, not just adhering to the protocols, as you've brought the Ancient of Days in, and the Ancient of Days say, yo, I put up and I put down, not you.
Yeah.
I put up and I put down. But you go in and pray, put on that.
Yeah.
That don't happen in.
No.
The Ancient of Days doesn't operate with your wimp and fancies.
No.
Because he see it in the distance. He knows. So he knows exactly what has to happen.
And he always give a country the government it deserves. And through all that has happened, the pandemic and others, with the new National Party in at the helm of government, he will allow that to happen because he knew the construct.
Take a chance. We've got the other one coming up, Carl. It's almost 10 o'clock.
If you got no place to go when you're feeling down, if you're all alone, when the pretty birds have flown and the I'm still free, take a chance on me. I'm gonna do my very best and it ain't no lie. If you put me to the test, if you let me try, take a chance on me. That's all I ask of you, honey. Take a chance on me. We can go dancing, we can go walking.
Welcome to the Year in Review for the month of May 2021. In this edition, we will feature some of the top developments that occurred in May. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors.
Tick, tock, toe. I win!
Feel like a big kid again when you play NLA's new scratch game, Tic-Tac-Toe. It's instant cash on the go. Reveal 3 X's or 3 O's in the same row, column or diagonally, and win the prizes shown, or as much as $5,000. Win easy with Scratch. Must be 18 or older to play. Tic-Tac-Toe, please.
Give me a tic-tac-toe, please. Tic-tac-toe, please.
Welcome back. I am your presenter Maxine Entwine for the month of May. 900 meters of road, which includes a bridge and box drains, was set to be completed within the Red Mud area as part of the Feeder Roads project. Parliamentary Representative for St. Mark's, Honorable Clarice Modeste, and Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick West, Honorable Anthony Boson, who both share the community, expressed their thanks to the farmers in the area for their patience and understanding while waiting to see the initiative officially launched. Dr. Modeste, during the month under review, spoke to the initiative and its importance to agriculture and tourism. She also indicated that the roads will be welcomed by the farmers since it will provide easier access to their lands.
This road is very timely because we have to rebound. We have to grow agriculture. We have to develop that industry more than it has been before. And we have to look at our neighbor, St. Vincent. They provided food for us and other islands. We don't know how long they will recover. We have to feed that void, to assist them how we can, but also to fill the market wherever they cannot satisfy the market. And I know the Minister for Agriculture is working, and farmers, Mr. Rohan, I expect to see, after the 7 months, to see some serious work taking place in this very area. And I know, yes, and I expect that to happen with all the farmers.
There will be an increase in production of export and domestic services since the initiative will provide greater access to many farms.
The development of agriculture will depend heavily on development in tourism, creating that market for agricultural produce. We see what is happening now with the tourism sector suffering the kind of decline that it is experiencing now, and the impact it is having on the agricultural sector. So we have to ensure that agriculture is a driving force, or tourism will exert a pull effect on agriculture by creating a greater demand for your agricultural produce.
Rohan Japal, who is a farmer of the Red Mud area at the time, expressed his gratitude for the work that was set to be completed, since he has experienced many challenges with accessing his farm.
This farm up there is like a family farm, so there were others before me. I just continued the tradition, basically. And that road broke in 1991, and ever since, I know things have just gotten downhill from there. And then Ivan and Emily came, and made it even more challenging.
Exactly what do you farm?
Well, we have a lot of cloves up there. We have nutmegs and a lot of wood trees, and but right now, I'll be going into other crops once we get that road open. The nutmegs have to be carried down manually, and you could never really pick up all of it then to carry. You pick up what you could carry, basically. So that, and then getting up there with like whatever fertilizer or plants or whatever you want, that was also challenging. So in the end, it became like, just don't bother anymore. It's too challenging. So we have this. We clean below the trees. We do what we have to do, but at the basic, then. Do basic maintenance. It's like there's a lot of room for expansion and cultivation and everything, but that hasn't happened because of the road. But hopefully it will now. It will now once we get this road.
Construction kicked off on Monday, May 3rd, 2021. During the month of May, Chief Medical Officer Dr. Sean Charles believed that Grenada was prone to a possible major outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic due to the much defiance that was being seen on a daily basis. The doctor explained due to the limited number of persons being vaccinated and on some part persons refusing to be tested for the virus, the chances of an outbreak is great.
The defiance that you're seeing out there, and I think I mentioned defiance many times. You see, it starts one place and it spills over into the other. All right? So we are seeing persons who are defiant and resistant to being vaccinated. And we are also now seeing persons that are defiant and are resistant to being tested after a potential exposure to COVID. So right now what we have is the perfect formula for a massive outbreak in Grenada. And if the public does not understand that right now, if anyone does not understand that right now, we have the formula right now. We have the conditions right now for there to be an outbreak. We have low immunity, high hesitancy to the vaccination, limited number of persons getting vaccinated. Persons are resistant, they're combative, they're fighting, they're doing everything in their power. And in addition, walk through St. George's with your camera one day. Physically count how many persons are wearing a mask. Right? If the public does not understand that we have all of the conditions right now for there to be a massive outbreak in Grenada, if you do not understand this now, all right, I'm seeing it. All right, we have the conditions, all of the conditions for there to be an outbreak of COVID. If we do not, alter our course.
Chief Medical Officer Dr. Sean Charles. Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique was well on its way for recovery. This from Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell during the month of May. Dr. Mitchell spoke to the many public and private sector jobs that were on stream, providing for many.
In my view, Grenada is well poised for recovery in many sense. Our development projects in both the private sector and public sector are ongoing, with many others to come on stream. Thousands of jobs have been created by the public sector projects at this particular time. There's considerable investor confidence because we have managed to create a favorable investment climate, and we must safeguard that as we seek to attract more and more investment. But fundamental to the maintaining of this process of successful investment and activities and job creation is the image that we are protecting ourselves and protecting our society. And that's the point for us to continue to move in that direction and further down the road positively so. Then that is absolutely crucial.
That was Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. We're looking at May's developments. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. The sacrifice that teachers continued to make to ensure their students were on the correct path was highlighted by Education Minister Honorable Emmeline Pear during a national address to celebrate teachers on Teachers Appreciation Day during the month of May.
The ministry appreciates the effort and sacrifice you have put out to continue inspiring our nation's children during these times. We are confident that our students will be even more grateful. As Selena Jones said, "To the world, you may be just a teacher, but to your student, you are a star." The ministry acknowledges that there are some issues over which we may have disagreements, but this in no way diminishes the value we attach to you and the work you do within the education sector.
The minister at the time also took the opportunity to address the ongoing dispute between the government and the union, indicating that they were working to have the issue resolved.
We remain committed to amicably resolving every issue that presents itself. as we collaborate with the Grenada Union of Teachers and other stakeholders in the education sector. It is the ministry's firm belief that with every challenge comes an opportunity. We urge you, our valued teachers, to see this time as a period for upscaling operations, a time to retool and to remain current and on the cutting edge. It is also a period where educators can help each other along in navigating these challenging times. On behalf of the Permanent Secretary, the Chief Education Officer, other officers and members of staff of the Ministry of Education, and on my behalf, we say thank you to all teachers. We appreciate you immensely. Your contribution go beyond a lifetime. Thank you.
Education Minister Honorable Emlyn Pear. Moving along, Grenada joined the rest of the world on Saturday, May 8th, 2021 to celebrate International Red Cross Day. To commemorate the day, Governor General Dame Cecile Lagrenade made an official address. Lagrenade in her address paid homage to the father of Red Cross.
On May 8th every year, the Grenada Red Cross Society joins with the Global Red Cross and Red Crescent movements to commemorate International Red Cross Day. It was on this day in 1828 that Henry Dunant, the founder of this important global movement, was born. It is only fitting that we pay tribute to the founder of the Red Cross for his vision and foresight in establishing this noble organization.
The Governor General went on to speak to the Red Cross's mandate.
The work of the Red Cross movement is largely focused on lending support and assistance to people around the world in the wake of disasters and conflicts. However, following the declaration of the global pandemic on March 11, 2020 by the World Health Organization, Grenada closed its borders on March 25, 2020 and went into lockdown for 3 months and instituted strict mitigation protocols.
The Grenada Red Cross, the GG, said at the time has been working diligently since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic.
From the onset of the pandemic in 2020 to the present time, the Grenada Red Cross has been working actively as its volunteers continue to serve citizens despite the risks posed by COVID-19 to their own health. They are unstoppable. Over the past year, our committed Grenada Red Cross volunteers have been engaged in activities throughout our Tri-Island state aimed at reducing the spread of this highly contagious and deadly virus. Working in tandem with the Desk of the Elderly, the Ministry of Social Development, the Grenada Council for the Disabled, the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, and the Diabetic and Kidney Foundations, committed volunteers were able to identify families in need of Red Cross assistance. To date, some 700 families have benefited from direct donations of food and sanitation supplies, while some 200 families were the recipients of cash vouchers that were redeemable at our supermarkets.
With the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano in St. Vincent, the Grenada Red Cross Society was instrumental in the collection of items to send to the island.
With the hardship and distress caused by the recent eruption of the La Soufrière volcano, the Grenada Red Cross reached out to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a tangible way by sending relief supplies. The Grenada Red Cross also stands ready and willing to send volunteers to our neighboring island as it grapples with the dual threats posed by COVID-19 and the catastrophic volcanic eruption.
More developments from May shortly. Welcome back. Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell joined his Dominican counterpart Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit and other distinguished guests for one of 5 high-level discussions on the future of tourism in the Caribbean. In his address on Tuesday, May 12, 2021, the Prime Minister firstly commended the UNDP for this timely event against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic.
First of all, let me commend the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, for initiating this high-level discussion on the future of the tourism industry. A very necessary conversation given the devastating blow dealt to the sector by COVID-19 pandemic. So I want to thank you for this event and for your continued demonstration of support for the Caribbean. If we are to be brutally honest with ourselves, we will admit that we really do not know for certain what is next, given what is taking place with COVID-19.
Grenada and other Caribbean countries at the time, he highlighted, were in the process of rebuilding their economies despite the spikes in the COVID-19 virus.
Grenada and other countries in the region are trying to restart the tourism sector, but it is proven to be quite a challenge. And as we continue to see spikes in COVID-19 cases in some countries, the emergence of new and more aggressive variants and many border closures, the uncertainty of their future becomes even more concerning to all of us. Notwithstanding the challenges, we continue to be optimistic that the tourism industry will rebound and will recover. Our expectations, therefore, in that regard, must be tempered by an unwavering commitment to give priority consideration to the safety of our people.
Safety for the people and visitors was of paramount importance, Prime Minister Mitchell added.
Placing safety at the pinnacle of our efforts to restart tourism will serve as an attraction in and of itself. A country that demonstrates good COVID-19 management protocols, along with the easy and efficient entry protocols, will no doubt be included on the list of preferred destinations to visitors. In fact, Grenada has already been identified on a list of 6 countries that potential travelers should have on their radar to visit once they have been fully vaccinated. It is therefore disappointing to note that no Caribbean country was included on the UK Green List of safe countries approved for non-essential travel. In fact, I do make the claim that Grenada and a few other countries should have been on that list. This drives home the urgency for Grenada and other Caribbean countries to come together and work together to lobby the UK for green light status based on our own relatively low case numbers and astute management of the pandemic. This will create a tremendous opportunity to increase the Caribbean's global market share.
Hope springs eternal, words of the PM to show the resounding of the tourism sector. Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew Northeast, Kate Lewis, during the month of May, gave an insight into plans to construct a new secondary school in Pearls, St. Andrew. She at the time indicated that construction was expected to start in the latter part of 2021.
We have met with the teachers of the Grenada Christian Academy. We met with the parents as well, and we did so together with the funding agency, the Caribbean Development Bank, who will be funding, partnering with the Ministry of Education. Met was to look at the assessment of the area, residents indicating what happens during a hurricane, what will happen, just to ensure that the environmental aspect was looked at. Gone past that, the designs of that new school is already completed. It was shared with residents and so. And we are actually moving into the tendering stage for that project, where, we invite people to tender, construction companies to tender and so. Based on discussion with the Minister for Education, we believe that in the last quarter of this year, construction should begin on the new school for the residents of Grenada Christian Academy.
Construction of the new secondary school at Pearls will create employment, says Lewis.
There will be a huge amount of labor that will be required. So you would see direct as indirect benefits to the people of that community and also the surrounding community of Pearls. Because construction in itself, the nature of construction, you need the workers, you need the workers at different skill level to participate in the actual construction. So we know that the employment opportunities that will be created will be very good. It will be short-term, medium-term, and long-term employment created there. And that is one of the major impacts of construction at that level, because once you can get people employed, you are actually creating an income for them.
Lewis added the creation of jobs was not the only profit coming to the community of Pearls and surrounding areas.
It will boost the morale, the values of the people in that community. It would signify the importance of education and quality education of, the people in that community. This is some of the things that we expect to see happening there. Parents saving on transportation costs, no longer have to go to Grenville. Though we have that, the Grenada Christian Academy existing there now, but it is relatively small, catering for a small number of students. But now we'll be able to have more students being catered for with a new school we will have greater facilities, as you indicated. The Pearls playing field is right there. We also have the basketball court that we recently retrofitted and lit it up. And so
Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew Northeast, Kate Lewis. Minister with responsibility for health and national security, Honorable Nicholas Steele, used the opportunity on Wednesday, May 12, 2021, to show appreciation to all nurses as they celebrated World Nursing Day 2021. The minister at the time noted that the work nurses do cannot go unrecognized. They must be appreciated.
I wish many continued blessing to all nurses. Thank you for your service to humanity. Your work transcends beyond patients because you also provide comfort to families of the sick. It is often said that nursing is a thankless job. However, your contribution towards the well-being of the nation can never be truly measured. Take this opportunity to encourage young persons, including young men, to see nursing as a viable and noble profession to pursue. You can be part of the solution you wish to see. Congratulations to all nurses, whether you are in active practice or retired. Happy International Nurses Day.
That was the Minister with responsibility for health and national security, Honorable Nicholas Steele. You are listening to the End Review for the month of May. Welcome back to May's News. On Saturday, 15th May, Grenada joined with the rest of the world in celebration of families across the nation. The theme for the 2021 local celebration is Inspiring Good Family Relations to combat the challenges of these times. Minister with responsibility for social development, Honorable Delma Thomas, at the time sought to address the nation on such an auspicious occasion.
Fellow Grenadians, we join the world in recognizing families in this trial and state. This year, we celebrate Family Day under the local theme, Inspiring Good Family Relations to combat the challenges of these times. As we reflect on this year's theme, I must emphasize the importance of effective communication. We must remember that we are the mirrors that our children reflect. Let our words and action reflect that of love and respect. Let us season our conversations with words of affirmation that can effectively build the spirit of our children and community.
The minister implored heads of families to allow their family to be safe havens for growing children.
Let our homes be safe havens where our children can freely express their emotions and thoughts. It is no secret that parenting has new challenges, such as the increased use and availability of technology and the impact that it has on the quality of family relations and communications. It is therefore essential that members of the family play an active role in monitoring the use of technology within the home. This will ensure a safe online experience and continuous action to build family bonds and communication.
Thomas noted that the government would have placed families as a priority during and after the pandemic.
With the many challenges experienced by families, including psychological, financial, and family violence, the Ministry of Social Development, Housing, and Community Empowerment is committed to providing support to individuals and families of this nation. During the first quarter of the year, my ministry has collaborated with the Ministry of Youth Empowerment and delivered parenting education and training to 42 Imani trainees in St. Andrew.
Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister of Housing and Social Development. Finally, the Moliniere-Boucherville Marine Protected Area have been inactive for some time. However, Parliamentary Representative for the area of St. George Northwest, Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, with proper management, says the area can once again be successful. Prime Minister Mitchell, during a recent community forum in the month of May, indicated that Ministry of Fisheries were in the process of having plans put in place to have the area reactivated.
This thing will work, and the MPA would meet its objectives, and the area will be extremely proud and happy to have an effective MPA here. And the country will benefit. If there is a serious management restructuring, as Byron indicated, is working with the government and management team. So that structure, the management team must be known, and the personnel must be known. And we at the community level will provide the element of serious people who, if they are listened to, not people coming and hand down stuff, but listened to, we'll have an effective MPA and operation.
He at the time further spoke to various challenges that would have been brought about, preventing the area from achieving its full potential.
Put the past behind us because we have an opportunity to put something. This thing is so important. Some booth. There will be vendors booth in Boucherville for tourism drops, and they'll put some booths down in Dragon Bay together with a jetty. It's a major project, and including a complete overhaul of the Boucherville sporting facility and so on. It's a major project funded by the Chinese government up to the ambassador with me. So if we put that thing right, this will become one of the best projects in this country. The MPA will be seen as a proud entity. The negative right now will disappear. That's why I suggest we do.
Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. That concludes the top news stories for the month of May 2021. Let's move over to Brandon Wells for our top sports stories for the month.
Welcome to the Sports Year in Review for the month of May. This is your presenter, Brandon Wells. Grenadian swimmers set 4 new records at the UANA Swim Meet in Florida, USA. Vondel Joseph covered this story.
Sunday marked the exciting conclusion of the UANA Swimmer Tokyo qualifiers in Clement, Florida. Despite the training challenges resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic over the past year, Grenadian swimmers Delron Felix and Kerry Olivier both put out personal best performances, resulting in the establishment of a new national record by each swimmer. On the opening day of the competition, Felix broke his own national record in the 50-meter backstroke with a time of 28.13, edging out his previous record of 28.15. Additionally, Felix went on to set another national record when he swam a time of 26.29 in the 50-meter butterfly, surpassing his previous record of 26.35 seconds. The climax for Felix came on Sunday in the 100-meter freestyle, when he set his third national record for this meet with a time of 52.9 seconds, establishing a new national record previously held by Issa Simpson in 2016. National swimmer Kerry Olivier, who is based in the US, also established a new national record in the 50-meter freestyle. Swimming in a time trial, Olivier swam a time of 24.00 seconds, which has surpassed the previous time of 24.20. Olivier additionally swam personal best times in the 50-meter breaststroke with a time of 31.05 and a 50-meter butterfly in a time of 26.47.
Thank you, Vondel. The Grenada Tourism Authority and the Ministry of Tourism congratulated javelin thrower Anderson Peters for his outstanding performance at the Oregon Relay Meet in Eugene, Oregon, USA on Saturday the 24th of April. The world champion, being the only Caribbean representative in his field, placed first in the men's javelin event, the distance of 82.72 meters. Resident British Commissioner Wendy Freeman met with the governing body for football in Grenada, the GFA, on Thursday, May 6. This meeting was called to formally express the GFA's appreciation to the Commissioner for her assistance in rectifying an issue involving 6 overseas-based players in El Salvador for a World Cup qualifier in March. The players were denied entry due to the COVID-19 restrictions. The British Commissioner was called upon to assist with this matter by the team manager, Carl Lee.
I did some inquiries, and it seems that because of the UK COVID variant at the time, El Salvador was banning entry for anyone travelling from the UK. So that's why these 6 players were detained. The El Salvador Football Association didn't seem to have given the approval, although it was requested. The Director of Immigration in El Salvador hadn't seemed to have given approval for them to enter. So I was thinking, well, what can I do? So actually, I know the British ambassador in El Salvador. So I got in touch with him and asked him if it's something he was able to help with. And he very kindly gave a call in the right direction with the government in El Salvador. And after a few nail-biting 30 minutes or so, the guys were facing deportation like within an hour. And after about 30 minutes, nail-biting 30 minutes, and Mr. Lee was messaging me, oh, what's the news? What's the news? I said, I don't know, we're trying. Finally, the boys, the 6 players from the UK got released and were allowed to go into training for the match.
Resident British Commissioner Wendy Freeman. And finally, the Carifta Games got cancelled for a second year running. Wanda Joseph reported the story.
The 49th edition of the Games that was scheduled to be held in Bermuda in August was cancelled because the host country was not willing to amend its COVID-19 regulations to accommodate athletes arriving for competition. According to the North American, Central American and Caribbean Athletic Association (NACAC), they arrived at a decision to cancel as the government of Bermuda maintained that a 14-day quarantine for unvaccinated visitors is non-negotiable, making it highly impractical for there to be an under-17 category as in the norm and for NACAC to stage the region's premier junior track and field meet.
Thank you, Vondel, and that ends the Sports Year in Review for the month of May. Thank you for listening.
You're listening to the Year in Review for the month of May. Join Triple N at the top of the hour as we move on to June.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Of joy, giving, and togetherness. Every year we look forward to gathering with family and friends to celebrate. However, our gifts to each other should be love and unity, not COVID-19. We are not yet out of the woods, and the super spreader Omicron variant is looming on the horizon. Play your part in protecting the gains our country has made in managing this virus. Get tested to know your status this festive season. Celebrate responsibly, protect yourself and your loved ones. Know your status. Get tested for COVID-19. A message from the Ministry of Health.
I'm a winner. You are winner. We are winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one lotto ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch. In stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
No more of your darkness. All my pictures seem to fade to black and white. I'm growing tired, and time stands still before me. Frozen here on the ladder of my life. It's much too late to save myself from falling. I took a chance and chased you away all life. But you misread my meaning when I left you. Close the door and let me blind the light. Don't let the sun go down on me. Although I search myself, it's always someone else I see. I just took out a fragment of your life to wander free. But losing everything is like the sun going down on me.
Listen to that voice, man.
A boy could sing.
Who's that?
George.
That's George. Who's better?
We are that George.
George and this is Elton now.
Yeah.
You see me once, I see the way I feel. Don't discard me, baby, no. Just because you think I'm in your heart, just because you
Smith doesn't agree with you. Yeah, I think she's back in Elton.
Well.
But honestly, with that, George Michael. Whenever I hear George Michael, you know who I remember? I remember two guys in the Caribbean.
Baron
and Aloes.
Sugar Aloes.
Yeah.
What? Well, so then you took Aloes for Baron, or you took Baron for Aloes?
No, I never did. But they're the guys. I mean, people like George Michael.
League.
You know, they're in George's league.
Yeah, Baron especially.
Baron Timothy Watkins especially in that league.
That boy voice is melody, you know.
You know, he can bend that voice around anything.
You know,
Ambassador Smith says longevity, class, style cannot be duplicated, and that's a true statement. Yeah, those. But I with all Elton John, George Michael, Baron, and Aloes.
You know a young fella like the guy out of Jamaica, Romain
Vogel.
He trying. He don't in that league yet, you know.
No, he's not in that league. Definitely not in that league. Definitely not in that league. But with those four guys coming out ahead, I'd have to give it to George.
I'm giving George every day.
I give it. I have to give it to
But
George.
coincidentally, I put in Baron next.
Of course, there's no doubt in my mind that Baron Timothy Watkins Baron must come next. It's you know, it's oh my God, it's phenomenal. You know.
Our little handles he does put in Uday.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this.
It make you want to listen the whole song.
Makes you want to listen. Okay, Smith. What's Smith saying here? Oh, Elton has musicality, not just voice. Yeah, we know that. We know that he can play instruments and all that. We know that. But it's just that when you go in at voice, if you just take in everybody by voice, Elton will come in third in that line. It'll be George Michael, Baron, Elton, and then Aloes. But Aloes far behind, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Aloes far behind. Yeah, but oh my God. When you listen to Baron, you're like, wow. Especially this song by Baron Carr. Do you remember this one? Let me see if I can find it. This is one where his voice and I think all the instruments are in sync.
Yeah, I want with George too. What you sing?
Me and a girl from Toronto. Get to play mass in Tobago. But all the time I didn't know. She never hear I tell it so. So as Stephen was passing. So my music was.
Yeah, we live. What is it? Tell me.
After I play that, just give me like a snippet in Careless Whisper by George.
Okay, I'm not going to think anything, and I want you to just come across and see where I was. in relation to that. You want to see? What's that, Jack?
What? Now boy.
What?
Right, well, yes.
I have. There are a number of people who are going to tell you that what Andre should have done was never get involved in talk radio.
Music.
Andre should have just stuck with music. There are people who would tell you that. You know, it's like, Andre should have never gotten involved in talk radio. He would have been the best, well, I don't like the word DJ, but the best DJ around when it comes to radio. I just, I didn't bother. Do you understand? I just didn't bother because I didn't think that I wanted to be that kind of a DJ thingy. But let me hear a little bit of Baron still, please.
Yes.
Outside the Lincoln sun, she snatched up the popcorn.
Listen to this.
Like it a honey in the beat. It have me dancing in the street. It have a message underneath.
That is what I like.
Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. Yeah, George Michael. You wanted to hear Careless Whisper, didn't you?
Yeah.
What about Careless Whisper you like?
No, I like all the guys song. What a song in my relaxing, I just love what a song flow. The music, everything. And I want spitting all the notes without no forcing.
Yeah.
You don't have to try to let it go,
That's the level he and Baron, that's the level they're at. And
you see no vein on his neck when he's singing it.
All the sing that Michael Jackson can sing, he can't handle these guys.
No.
Dance again. Guilty feet has got no rhythm. Okay, let me. Oh, Pat says here, beautiful music. Yoland says, I love the DJ side of you. I say it all the time. Other people say no, good morning or whatever. I think I would have been a good radio DJ, don't you think?
Very much so.
You think I should try still?
It's not too late.
Yeah, it's too late, but that music, both this kind of music for these days, I can't handle it. This I can handle. I can create a program for me,
Yeah.
Nighttime kind of thing. Take off the lights here, put candles, have wine. Oh my God. Did you hear that, Carl? You're not even listening, man. You're on the phone. You have me wasting my talent like that.
No, man.
I'm having fun. I want you in on this, Carl. I really want you in. I'm having fun. And of all the things somebody can bring up this morning, the person brings up my brother.
Really?
Who's dead.
Wow.
And my niece, who's also dead.
Why? That wasn't trying to...
And the person said that hearing me talking to my sister reminds them of that, of my brother.
Nah, man.
How can I full thing that? Nigel John, let me tell you something. The best thing to do is just stay away from me, Bridget. Seriously. Of all the things to do, How does my sister reminds you of my brother who's dead and his daughter who's also dead? How do you equate that? Nah, man. No. You've taken it to a level that I don't want to go there with you, so let's just
let it slide, Trey. Let that be like dust off your shoulder. You don't want it.
See, people like you then come and tell me, oh, Andre, don't forget.
Let me tell you, not every invitation for confrontation you should accept. And when you're above that free, you're a 5-star general. There's levels to this thing. Eh?
I'm pissed off to the highest level of festivity just for that. I'm really pissed off. I just put up a picture there that you would love. Yeah. Baby face.
The baby face assassin?
Yeah, the baby face assassin.
But I took that picture in 2013. Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, December of 2013.
Yeah.
In New York City.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Len.
Oh, that's in the house?
Yeah.
Okay. All them curtains looking like bedroom curtains. Only in bedrooms you see curtains. Those curtains looking like bedroom curtains. It's only in bedroom you see curtains like that. Okay.
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't know. I'm not doing 55 with the 54, man. I'm young and I'm black, but...
Those curtains look like that kind of chandelier is not a chandelier that you would see like outside, boy. No. Carl, was that taken in a bedroom? Yes or no?
I do like the American system. I plead the thief.
Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. So yes, I did put your picture up, right? Who are we gonna go to next? Let me see. Scroll here. Okay, let me see who we're gonna go with next. Carl Keaton is there. We did Delma Thomas, didn't we? I think we did. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go this one next. Yeah, this one. Transition. Oh yeah, we're gonna go with that one. I know you like this one, Carl.
You see?
This one. This one's good, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that
one.
one.
You're doing thing?
That one. Wait now, and Pat sent a message in Ambassador Smith next. Well, she's up there, Pat. You got it right. She's up.
You remember Todd World Cup? And Cap
Okay. All right, here's what. Ambassador Smith says that this is a horrible picture. So send us one right there on that WhatsApp. Send us one. Let's see which one you would like to see of yourself. Let's see. Right, you're saying Third World Cup?
Third World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
When Capone was in his place there, and the Rasta man come and tell him, you're the center of attraction, Ambassador Smith photo.
As the center of attraction?
Yeah, well, I don't know what she said. That one is not a nice one.
Well, she said it's not. So let's see if she can send. Let's see what she would send. That would be a nice one. Okay. I'm waiting. Let's wait and see what happens. How do you rate Alston Beckett Cyrus out of St. Vincent?
ABC, I rate him high. He could sing, man. And the topics, he always have a nice story to it. You just singing a song without a story, you could follow it.
In 1983, in 1983, I think, I came across him. I interacted with him, and honestly, Carl, he was not he's not a nice guy. I know I love Vince's.
He discriminating?
Yeah, it was the. Okay, I think Let's see. Okay, Ambassador Smith. Hold on. What picture? Let me see if she sent us a picture that I can use. Let me see. Scroll down inside of here. Okay. This one maybe? Okay. Let's see if she do some rearrangement there and get a smile going. Okay, that's the best we can do. Do you like this one?
Smile nice.
Yeah, smile nice. No glasses.
Once you had the lens, you look more to me.
Oh, you like the lens?
Yeah, the lens.
Okay, all right. Young lady, Carl say he loves the lens. Eh? Careful now. Wow. You see, Keaton.
Yeah.
You see, listen, look at this. Look at that statement.
Which one?
This one at the bottom here. Read it out loud. Read it out loud.
You're right. Becky is not the people person. I wouldn't see I say that.
But look, it's Pat.
Oh, so she knows.
And that was my only only the first time and the only time I ever met Becky.
Our son Becky Cyrus.
Yeah, and what happened that night, it was a show, a carnival show it was, at Queen's Park. And he had to sing, and a slight shower of rain came. And the man Dusan refused to sing in a brethren.
But you know...
The man refused to sing in it. Thousands of Canadians there for the guy to sing in it. And the guy refused to sing in it because he said he can go on the stage and that wet stage and break it back in it. Just like that, you know. I'm like, Bridget, nobody's telling you to jump about or whatever. You understand that the stage is wet and whatever. I mean, you don't have to jump about anything, but just go and just, not even to go and say, good night, sorry, the stage wet. I'm like, I'm not liking you again. I'll play your music, but I ain't liking you again. And look at Pat saying he's not a people's person. All right, and Pat would know him. She's a Vinci. Vinci, people's people. The guy, who's the big guy? What do you call him again?
The Cornell?
He's not a people's person. He embarrassed our prime minister. He tried to and end up embarrassing himself. You understand? So I ain't even bothered him. I don't even know. Do I know any person who's a people's person from St. Vincent? No. Not even Pat. I just died.
I saw the man Gao. I sing Calypso, he's a people person, man.
I don't know that.
Touch.
The band Touch?
Yeah.
You like
the
that?
lead singer here, man.
Oh, okay. You like that?
Any number could play.
Yeah. Here's a guy you like.
Yeah, man, that man could sing.
Yeah. Grenada, Caribbean, could be the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. I got some breaking news when we come back. It's 10:58 according to our clock, which would mean, Carl, in just about 2 minutes we'll be going with which month? Which month are we going?
Maybe June, I don't know. I lose track.
So it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. January, February, March, April, May. May. Month of May. Coming up soon. Are you liking this?
Loving it.
Yeah. I have some breaking news when we come back though. After this. That's yeah. I'm looking for the program. It's supposed to come up. So who's this? Oh, Maxine.
June is gonna play that.
June? I thought it was me.
Maybe.
Hold on.
You didn't want to listen in June?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 11 o'clock. Why did I say 10 o'clock? I'm sorry. So June. Thank you. June too soon. Yeah, with your size, I expect you to have a heart attack. You brought that on yourself. Did you realize that?
Well,
you brought that on yourself. That mimicking heart attack like you think you're Sanford. Sanford is a man, not a woman.
Red Fox.
Red Fox. I mean, Red Fox. That's what
I'm red.
You definitely ain't a fox.
No, but I'm red.
Okay, so we got that one coming up in a minute. This is real. This is 91. Blessings, folks. We love you.
welcome to the Year in Review for the month of June 2021. In this edition, we will feature some of the top developments that occurred in June 2021. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors.
The best way to stay in control is to manage the things you can. Grenlec is encouraging you to build good habits. Manage your energy usage. Eliminate waste and get value for every dollar you spend. Manage your account. Pay your bill in full and on time to avoid arrears, disconnection, and reconnection costs. Manage your debts. Please call 237 for 24-hour bill inquiries or contact our customer care team urgently at telephone number 237. Though times are rapidly changing, our commitment to serving you will never change. Grenlec.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of colors.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Welcome back. I am your presenter Maxine Antwine for the month of June. A newly implemented program under the Grenada Housing Authority was highlighted by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, Honorable Delma Thomas. The minister sought to highlight the program on Real Expressions exclusively with Andre Donald, CEO of the establishment. A loan of $30,000 was being given to persons who already have land to build on. The minister spoke to the circumstances under the loan that will be given.
It depends on all the circumstances because you will take a number of things into consideration. Where the person works, because there is also this program with Housing Authority where you get $40,000 and you can build for yourself on your own lands alone. So it depends on a number of things.
That was Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister of Social Development and Housing. With June on the cusp, the question of Spice Mass 2021 was looming in the air, and the answer, according to Health Minister Honorable Nicholas Steele, lied among the populace. During the post-cabinet press briefing, Minister Steele indicated that in order for the country to return to the desired state of normalcy, vaccination numbers was the determining factor.
In terms of repealing, I know that we have said at this point in time, it is not practical for us to consider, but I think it is in the hands of the public. It is for us to decide how soon we can get back to normalcy. It is for us to decide how soon we will get vaccinated, those who are holding off. And it is for us to decide, when we look at other countries that are now going way ahead of us, the UK and the US in particular, and some of our other OECS and CARICOM islands to the north of us, with respect to their rate of vaccinations, they will get back to life faster than us. They may have their crop overs or their carnivals sooner than we will, because we will remain at risk because of the level of vaccinations.
The health minister went on to further state that he has already done his part. It was left up to the rest of the population.
But Dr. Charles, myself, Les, we have all taken our vaccines. We have all done our part. We have all contributed to making this country safe. In fact, everybody here in the room has been fully vaccinated. We have all done our part. We are ready to get back to normal. It is for the rest of us. This is a democracy. It is for the rest of us to decide when all of us can get back to normalcy, because we're all in this together, and if we do not get the relevant level of vaccinations, we cannot remove that risk. It is not just about getting back to normalcy. The risk remains of infections of, as you see in Trinidad, 20 persons per day dying. That risk still exists here in Grenada.
Health Minister Honorable Nicholas Steele. Following its passing in the lower house, the declaration of the Emergency Powers Act extension until November 20th, 2021 was approved. The motion was brought forward by the Minister of Government Business, Honorable Simon Steele. In March 2020, Grenada was under a state of emergency following the declaration by the Governor General, Her Excellency Dame Cecile La Grenade, and again in January 2021. Senator Simon Steele spoke to the realization of the country slowly opening and returning to a state of normalcy. The approved extension does not mean that the country will stay under the curfew for a 6-month period.
Extending the state of emergency is necessary because of the threats that we still face, the very real threats that we face from the pandemic. Although there is hope with the global and our national rollout of the vaccine, approximately 2 billion doses have been administered worldwide. Here in Grenada, approximately 18,000 first doses have been administered. Over 8,000 second doses have been administered here at home. But although there is hope, the threat that we face still presents us with a clear and present danger. We all have to do all that we can to ensure that this recovery happens by remaining safe, following protocols, and doing all those things that we know we need to do, including getting vaccinated. These are the things that will get us back or as close back to normal.
In full support of the motion was Senator the Honorable Katisha Williams. She urged the populace to be vigilant and not become complacent.
It's important for us to keep the state of emergency in place until we are sure or certain that we can operate normally without the threat of a major outbreak. So while, yes, we are careful to keep our state of emergency intact so that in place so that we have the tools to act with alacrity if necessary, it's important that our population becomes vaccinated.
Senator Matthew Joseph, who also stood in support of the motion, mentioned the attitude of Grenadians to the extension. Grenadians, he said, have a significant role to play in ensuring COVID-19 is kept under control.
The curfew starts at 12, but a number of activities go on within curfew hours as nobody's business. Mr. President, I am from the Guave area. Sometimes the people refer to Guave or to St. John as the Republic of St. John. And this carries something with it. It carries something with it. And it's something we need to look at. I don't think there is a curfew in certain parts of Guave. I don't think so. And I do hope that everyone do play their part. Law enforcers, even family members, everyone do play their part during that period so that the nation can be kept as safe as possible.
We're looking at June's developments. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. The government of Grenada continued its role in assisting the many individuals who would have been negatively impacted due to the effects of the novel coronavirus. According to Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, during the month of June, a soft loan was sought through the Caribbean Development Bank along with the International Development Bank in the sum of US $8.95 million. The monies were to provide additional stimulus package assistance.
With that in mind, the government has not stopped attempting to look at ways we can, in fact, provide some stimulus, additional stimulus to the one we did at the beginning of the period of the active COVID-19 activity in our country. In that sense, therefore, we have been able to negotiate with the Caribbean Development Bank and the International Development Bank. The facility would be through the Caribbean Development Bank with very soft loan of $8.95 million US, which works out approximately to about $24 million.
Various ministers and key stakeholders, the Prime Minister added, worked collaboratively to determine the persons who were to benefit from this initiative.
That initiative to help the marginalized persons and persons who have affected the most. And therefore the Ministry of Finance has been working with the Ministry of Social Development and also engaging some of our social partners in the whole question of the areas and the persons that could be supported with that initiative that we are embarking on.
The disbursements were set to begin between the months of August and September.
Must be noted that they're working closely, the Ministry of Finance is working very closely with the Caribbean Development Bank in coming up with the format and of course and the policy and proposals in which that will be used as a basis for disbursement of those stimulus. From indication, it looks like the resources, the actual monies would be available sometime early August, September for the latest. So in other words, we'll expect to start disbursement around that particular time.
Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. The Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. Moving along, the National Population and Housing Census 2021 was launched on Thursday, June 10th. This was a once-in-a-decade nationwide survey which allowed the government to take a snapshot of the national population. The 2021 census highlighted the economic fallout caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. This round of census was totally different as it was the first paperless census process since the 1800s in Grenada. This was according to Minister of Finance Honorable Gregory Bowen.
The Central Statistical Office, the government office with a legal mandate to undertake a census, has been building its capacity over the years, taking advantage of the computer-assisted personal interviewing technology in the administration of surveys. Having implemented numerous paperless household surveys since 2016, the Central Statistical Office is in a particularly good position to undertake its first paperless census using tablets, data capture software, and geographic information system software. The use of these applications will significantly improve the quality and timeliness of the data collected and produced, and will contribute to the effective management of this census. It also ensures a higher level of data security and confidentiality in keeping with the provisions of the Statistics Act and the soon-to-be-made census regulations.
Minister Bowen noted that a census was the most accurate and important collection of data.
The population and housing census plays an essential role in public administration, and it is critical in ensuring equity in distribution of government and private funds and resources among various communities, parishes, and the population groupings such as children, youth, elderly, women, men, the disabled, sick, poor, and unemployed. Hence, census information will bring to the forefront the needs of different vulnerable groups and the communities and the inequalities people are experiencing.
The census, according to Helen Brizan, Director of Statistics and Census Officer, was conducted in 3 phases.
The first is the preparatory stage, which is actually the stage that we are in, and the office is currently putting all its efforts in ensuring that things are put in place to be ready for September 15th. And it includes planning, preparation, mapping, questionnaire design, and manual development. That is the census manual, which aids the understanding of the questionnaire, and also the pre-testing and piloting of the census questionnaire. The census questionnaire is the key instrument that is used for the undertake of the census. The census stage is the stage at which we will be setting up our field operations, for example, the recruitment, training and selection, and also one of the most important aspects, the census enumeration. And the post-census stage is where we would see the data processing, analysis, dissemination, and the many products and documentation coming out from the census.
More developments shortly. Continuing the month of June 2021, there was an uproar at the St. George's University requesting its staff members to be fully vaccinated before returning to the campus to resume face-to-face learning in August 2021. Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, during an interview, indicated that the school is not at fault in implementing policies to safeguard the SGU community. The Prime Minister went on to state that being vaccinated was a requirement for various hotels and accommodation facilities in a bid to ensure the safety of the nation.
Let's deal with St. George's University. I think they're doing what they should do, which is they are insisting that all the students coming back into the university physically, they must be vaccinated twice. And of course, 3 weeks after the last dose. So they are making sure that those students are vaccinated. They're also insisting all professors, all persons who work at the university must follow the similar positions. And they're saying all workers there must also be vaccinated. I don't know any person that understands the significance of this COVID-19 can have a problem with this. And I urge every single Grenadian, Caracunian, Petty Martinican, anyone who has to work at St. George's University to do likewise. And therefore, I can't fault the university for their position at all. And similarly, in many other hotel properties, we can't afford people to come in and get infections at those workplaces. So people who work there should be vaccinated.
Health Minister Honorable Nicholas Steele shared the same sentiments as Dr. Mitchell. He highlighted that the SGU community made announcements prior to the police being implemented.
I do believe that SGU had made announcements several weeks ago that as of the 15th of June, they would expect that the only persons allowed back on campus, employees, students, or visitors, would be fully vaccinated, or first dose at least, vaccinated individuals. And I want to congratulate them for taking that step, for putting the lives and livelihoods of their employees and their students, and of all of us here in Grenada, first and foremost. And I know that through the Ministry of Health as well, other establishments in many hotels have taken that step to ensure the health and safety of their guests as well as their employees and us by putting forward that they are going to use all of the tools available to protect their employees, themselves, and their patrons.
You're listening to the Year in Review for the month of June. Welcome back. On June 29th, the fishing mecca of Grenada, Guave, in collaboration with the Guave Roman Catholic Church, celebrated Fisherman's Birthday with its annual church service despite the global pandemic and the economic downturn the country was being faced with. Governor General Her Excellency Dame Cecile La Grenade, during the ceremony, commended the fisher folks and urged them to continue promoting the fishing sector as well as its contributions to the economic development following the effects of COVID-19.
I think that the hardworking, industrious people of Guave continue to make a very important contribution to our country in terms of providing the protein, nutritious fish food that we all enjoy in many different ways, and also in terms of providing foreign exchange through the export of the fish catches that are made, not only in Guave, but in other parishes where we have the fishing activities taking place.
A study to assess the fisheries division has been commissioned by government with an aim to curb some of the many issues faced by the country's fisherfolk. This from Minister with responsibility for fisheries and cooperatives, Honorable Yolande Bain Hosford at the time. A fisheries management committee, she further noted, was set to be established by government to assist fisherfolks who may be faced with challenges and also seek to create a linkage between the fishing sector and other industries to stimulate growth.
The ultimate intent is to have a well-functioning fisheries division capable of meeting the contemporary needs of the industry. Modernized structures, resources, and technical competencies would be engaged as a result and usher in a new era in the fisheries division here in Grenada.
Honorable Alvin Dabrio, Parliamentary Representative for St. John, urged persons in attendance to play their role by being vaccinated to ensure that the celebrations in 2022 can return to its normal state.
We're looking forward to really celebrating the Fisherman's Birthday and all the activities. But this year it's a little scaled down. And one of the reasons is because we know of the pandemic and a lot of people haven't taken the vaccine. But you know, the ones that want to go and party the most are the ones that's not taking the vaccine, and the ones that's home, they taking the vaccine. So let's change that, because we want to get back to normal. We're looking forward to getting back to normal. We haven't had Fish Friday for a while, and we want to start it back. But we want to start it back bigger and better, not as it used to be. So we want to take this opportunity to get more people involved in it. Even the cooperative, the fisherman cooperative, you all should get more involved so that you could sell your products. Because if it's bigger, more people would come and everybody would benefit.
That concluded the top stories for the month of June 2021. Let's move over to Brandon Wells for our top sports highlights for the month.
Welcome to the Sports Year in Review for the month of June. I am your host, Brandon Wells. Grenada's Minister for Sports, Honorable Yolande Bain Hosford, credited the country's student athletes for taking advantage of the opportunities that are available in sports. The minister said in recent years, more athletes have been making use of the opportunities in sports, and this augurs well for the country. Bain Hosford explained that our athletes are recognizing the importance of educating themselves as well.
We have had over 50 young persons out there in different sporting disciplines representing Grenada over the last 2 years. And most of them are university graduates. They are some are in university, some have graduated from university and colleges, etc. And I really need to commend them. Grenada is doing very well where athletes with sporting disciplines out there. We are doing very, very well. I want to commend GFA, and I also want to commend the athletics swimming team, the Olympics team. They have been doing well shaping our young people, and now we are seeing the benefits. Our young people are not...
Minister for Sports, Honorable Yolande Bain Hosford. Cricket fan Ray Roberts had welcomed the Test series between West Indies and South Africa here in the Caribbean. The South Africa tour of the Caribbean included 5 T20 matches, which was played at the Grenada National Stadium.
What I would say to you, this is a very good time for Caribbean cricket, a period when I think we are more focused on getting our minds away from the COVID, and recreation is a good therapy. So I would think that this Test match series provides the cricketers with an opportunity to be at their best, simply because, as you realize, most of the T20s and the T10 tournaments around the world are on hold. So the cricketers are back in their homeland, and as you can see, the best players are now available to play for the West Indies.
Voice of Ray Roberts. Grenada Prime Minister Dr. Right Honorable Kate Mitchell had suggested that persons who are down to get vaccinated before the T20 series between West Indies and South Africa at the Grenada National Stadium would be presented with tickets for the games. Grenada hosted 5 T20 International between West Indies and South Africa from Saturday, June 26.
Get vaccinated and we'll try. The game's coming, the cricket is coming. We may be able to, those of you who are now going and showing that you're getting vaccinated, we have no problem in encouraging you to do so and give you tickets to see the game if you are vaccinated, because we're stipulating that as a major condition for anyone going to the stadium to watch the game. So there could be, as I said, I don't want to speak specifically to any decision because no decision has been made, but the team is coming up with a number of initiatives.
Prime Minister Dr. Right Honorable Kate Mitchell. Less talking and more doing. That's the advice from local sports analyst Ray Roberts, who was speaking to issues plaguing the development of cricket in the region. Roberts made the comments following West Indies' crushing defeat to South Africa in the first test in St. Lucia on Saturday, June 12.
Really and truly, the Caribbean need to begin to place emphasis on developing cricket at the community level, the school level. We may bring whatever coach we want, but what I'm seeing there, both in football and cricket, I mean, there's no way the material I'm seeing there, we could bring the best coaches in the world to work with them. I'm not too sure the results will be any better. I think the focus has to be on resurrection from the bottom and grow from there on, and hopefully we will unearth new talent. But really and truly, I don't know how much more we could get out of what we see.
And finally, walked out with the Lasajas playing field with lights was set to begin soon. So said Minister for Infrastructure Development, Transport and Implementation, Senator Nolan Cox.
Another important project for the community of St. David's, Lasajas, the lighting of the Lasajas playing field. We have received grant support from the Canadian Banknote, and I want to personally place on record our gratitude to the Canadian Banknote and of course Simon Wall, the local director here, who have again come forward to provide support for the development of our communities and through sports. And the last time they had given us significant support as we were fighting COVID. They were the first to come out to give major support for Grenada, and today again they have come forward and given a grant support towards the lighting of the Lasajas playing field. A contract has been issued for the lighting of this playing field, and we should see work commencing shortly.
Minister for Infrastructure Development, Transport and Implementation, Senator Nolan Cox. And that's it for sports in the Junior in Review. This has been Brandon Wells.
You were listening to the N Review for the month of June. Join Triple N at the top of the hour as we move on to July.
Survive a revolution, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive isolation, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive a foreign invasion, can't kill the spirit of a people who survive the mongoose gang. You lick up Grenada, Hurricane Ivan, but you couldn't crush the spirit of the Grenadian. Grenada will rise again, Grenada will rise again, just like an love and affection, can't kill the spirit of a people with so much determination, can't kill the spirit of a people with so much endurance, can't kill the spirit of a people with so much perseverance, can't match the strength of a hurricane, but we have the willpower to start all over again. Grenada will rise again, Grenada will rise again, just like an not happen tomorrow. It will take some time just to get nation, can't kill the spirit of a people. Who will climb any mountain, can't kill the spirit of a people. Who will trod every tunnel. You made one mistake, terrible Ivan. You destroyed everything, not everyone. Grenada will rise again. Grenada will rise again. Just like an aeroplane, this pipeline will rise again.
He could sing that from now till Christ come about Grenada could rise again. That's still in the rhythm. You know that, right?
You said so?
Yeah, ain't rhythm at all, man.
You had read the ABC account?
No, forget that.
Alston, Beckett, Cyrus.
My favorite group that came to Grenada. Who did you think that was?
I don't know.
Think. Reggae. I'll give you a clue. Reggae.
Born in Spear?
Nah, group I said.
Born in Spear is a group?
Yeah.
Culture?
No.
Morgan Heritage?
Nah, didn't like that kind of force right Rastan there.
I don't know why. UB40?
Never came to Grenada as far as I know.
Okay. I know.
The best reggae pop group in the world.
Them fellas that sing Love with a Sense of Purpose?
The best reggae pop group in the world.
No, I don't know. Don't put me through that. I don't know.
Man, you know music like that, man.
No, man, I don't get that one. Yeah.
Regret not to happen to you. The best reggae pop group in the world, you don't know them? You crazy? You must know these people.
No, man, I know. Don't want to come to me now.
Of course, it came to you and you mentioned it, but you weren't convinced. You weren't convinced.
You tell me.
But this is it.
Well, I see the thing and you don't answer.
You said it. Hey,
Love with a Sense of Purpose.
You weren't convinced.
Because I know the song, but the group, I don't get the name not coming right now.
Third World.
Third World, yeah. That was like Third World Cops, so.
Maybe. Hold on.
Them boy, them good, you know.
Who's that? Oh, they were good, yeah.
Big tune. But they don't play them tunes I have no more, no Dre. In recent times, unless somebody don't make a certain noise on the song, you don't good. That is songs that I grow up on, so you know.
That's when you think the dogging stops. They can't find one thing to say. They got to eat their words day by day. You know why? 'Cause I love you. Ooh, yes, and I just can't stop.
I remember a time they came to Grenada. What year was that? Somebody would send me the year.
Okay.
And they had a song. They had a song, and well, they didn't have the song, but it started to rain that year.
Okay.
It started to rain.
On the show?
Yeah. And they made a song on stage, and I think they put it on one of their albums. Don't remember which album they put it on, but they went like it started to rain, and there were a couple of medical school students. There and they decide they're doing the crazy dance that them could do, Caucasians.
Yeah.
And they're going, and then they playing on this rhythm. They just had the rhythm bouncing, and then they start, whoa, yeah, we jamming in the rain, oh, whoa, yeah, what, Bridget, the Queen's Park it wasn't the stadium.
Because as you mentioned, somebody mentioned, Grenada seems to be a place where when them guys ain't come, they'll get inspiration. Because they see Foxing, some pool thing in Foxing, Beanie Man get his song I'm drinking rum and Red Bull. He just playing around rum and Red Bull and he turns to heating. It's like there's something, maybe something here in the water because rain was coming for them and Beanie Man was by the pool, the water, so maybe the Grenada water have some creative powers or something in it.
Who was the gentleman that smoked the biggest spliff in Grenada as a reggae artist?
I know.
What do you mean you don't know, man?
No, man, I don't know.
You just come from country out?
Not Super Cat?
No, man. The biggest spliff in Grenada with the authorities present was Peter Tosh.
Peter McIntosh. And he say legalize it and he go advertise it.
Well, yeah. Peter Tosh light up a big spliff on the stage in the market, you know, man. During the revolution. Big thing in it. I'm sure you had to hold it in 2 hands.
A big pole.
Yeah. Peter Tosh, right. The guy was crazy. The guy was really, really crazy. But he was a good artist, though. He was a good artist.
But there was one time when I used to be a part of the RGPF. And those guys I used to come down. And sometimes I used to be sent to do duty there. One of my things was to catch one doing that, to move with them.
Let me ask
but I never get the opportunity to catch one doing that. I see as they light up and moving with that.
Biggest celebrity.
So I used to be locking around.
Biggest celebrity to ever be arrested in Grenada for marijuana. Biggest celebrity to ever be arrested in Grenada for being in possession of marijuana, who was smoking a spliff. Let me see if anybody remembers this. Biggest celebrity, and guess what? This is the amazing bit to that. He was arrested by a police officer who is no longer in the police force, but that police officer is from St. Patrick.
I don't know.
I will of course withhold the name.
But I know that they moved with Wazim Akram.
That's the biggest celebrity. We have never had a bigger celebrity in Grenada.
Yeah, they moved with Zim.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, they moved with Zim.
Biggest celebrity.
And you know...
And remember it was a guy from Sauteurs?
I don't know who did that.
I think it was Richards.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he was in the force before you. He's no longer in the police force. I think it was him. Yeah.
Nah, I went down I went in Queen's Park just to see Zim that time.
Yeah, and I wondered this. Whatever happened to that case?
No, you can't treat the Sultan of Swing now, eh?
The Sultan of Swing. I like how you put it there with him. The Sultan of Swing.
Yeah, man.
Biggest celebrity to ever be touched for marijuana would have been him.
Yeah, because I used to go around them things and I'm hoping that a man go sleep up and light him.
Yeah, and you're waiting.
Yeah, they are move with that guy.
Never happened.
They disappoint me, boy. Because men tell me they go and walk already and they see them man light up. So I telling them man, watch. I lock in around the dressing room and in the back day. As a man light up the fire to burn down room. I tell him, you know, because I want to do that with a reggae man to ask him a simple question. Like if you don't believe in Bob Marley. And then he'll tell me, yeah. I say, Bob say, hold it in your head, not pulling it by me. Well, I tell you, I was well prepared.
You're waiting?
Yeah, but the closest I get to one of them celebrities was Elephant Man.
Okay.
He came in Queen's Park. And you know, he exciting the crowd and bad man, not rad man. And he feel the crowd was for him, he flinging himself in the crowd, they derobe that. So now for him to get paid for a jewelry, he had to come and make an official statement to get a police report. So I was in Central in the wee hours of the morning. Happened to be the supervisor on the desk. And bad man, upon the river, upon the bank.
Yeah.
He come inside, he complain. So I had to let him know what I know of him and about him. So I start up, bad man. Because I don't get in news, they derobe that in Queen's Park already.
All the jewelry.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
They leave him clean.
So that means there must be a couple of people right now with a part of Elephant
Yeah,
Man.
man. They made a movie, all
That case will be done now, eh?
Yeah, he didn't have a case. He might get paid by
insurance,
but he had to have a police report to verify to ascertain that thing went on.
I wonder if somebody can come forward or somebody can send a picture and say, yo, you don't have to identify yourself. Say, yo, Andre, this is a piece of it.
Another man again, he get in trouble and I had to remind him that I know who he was. Was after they call Frisco Spratt. That time Frisco Spratt sing his best song, Jab Jab. That was all before this Jab Jab thing and them now. She, honey man, and she don't give a damn Jab Jab. And then Frisco, the whole Frisco with some weed. Well, Juve morning is Monday. So Sunday, the whole Frisco, you know. After Frisco had this performance Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, I don't know where Frisco online they get Frisco. And why Frisco was in the place designed and constructed for men not do that. I had to remind him, man. I say Frisco, you still a cuckoo in your teeth, you don't have time to clean it. And then me and Frisco come good so that he does sell things like shea butter and fragrances and them. Time Frisco meet me is a good time. But I have to remind Frisco I know him, and the only so I could remind him by asking him if he clean the cuckoo in his teeth already.
But there's this other artist that created a lot of problems when he came to Grenada.
That's so.
Hold on, let me just punch up that tune there, trying to do something to try to get that tune. To just punch it for you. There's an artist that had a lot of problems when he came to Grenada. I wonder if anybody remembers that. That was many years ago. Where was I? I wonder if I was. I'm wondering
if you was in state.
I was in Grenada, but I'm wondering here. Was I in GBN? Yeah, I would have been in GBN already. Yeah, I would have been in GBN already. But this artist was big.
Yeah.
Hold on. Get in it. He was big. I don't know what. I think he's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. You know, but big artist. Tell me about this song, Carl. You must remember this song.
Hey, poor people, I'm taking a new style by me.
What? Hide and seek, they never know me did. Friend. Come again. When?
What kind of money them spend?
Yen. 10.
Come again.
Big Ben. Yeah.
Come again. Remember that, yeah?
But the bad song when he came here.
Who that?
Tiger. He had a song, Hide and Seek, they never know where me dey. And that man heaving all about behind them box and you have to look for Tiger. You have to follow Tiger on stage.
Yeah, but remember there's a big thing with him when he was at the hotel. I think the hotel he was at that time would have been that hotel going down on the Morris Bishop Highway. On the left-hand side of the road, just after the roundabout, No Problem apartments. Yeah, I think that's where he was. Kind of hullabaloo in relation. A lot of people don't remember that.
In Grenada had a few things with entertainers. Remember that time again, Gargamel had to come.
Yeah.
And Gargamel don't show up. The crowd hype up, when the crowd didn't take it no more. And the thing, I was on duty that time, you know. We had to take covers all in. Gargamel show up by, and then they telling people Gargamel on the way, like the crowd sense no.
No,
they're not Gargamel. But I never see the men and them, the band men and them move out on stage with dispatch.
You know, I used to like to go to Queen's Park for shows. Because remember that Radio Grenada had a booth in Queen's Park, way up at the top?
Yeah.
Right. So because I was working in GBN, well, GBC GBN, so you're allowed to go up there, when they're having these shows. So you go up there, but you wouldn't
Like VIP, man.
Yeah, you wouldn't stay in the booth. You climb out
from
the booth onto the top
Yeah.
of the Queen's Park. Ooh, that was a view, man. That was a view to a kill.
So we went to walk in Queen's Park. When in them days now, when you have a show days before, them fellas and them around the area, River Road fellas, they had a way of collecting funds and letting fellas pass through liquor holes and things under the galvanized. Or they go in and report maybe a 2-sheeter galvanized maybe the day before and leave it standing there. So they're opening, they take a fee from some people and things. So we recognize that jury. So we decided, nah, not tonight. We say we go in and we keep in vigil by the galvanized because we realize what they're doing. So we go and we test them galvanized and realize die part to the thing. So I charge up, I say the man will come inside, he go to answer. First man will come inside is a man I grew up with him. I tell him, man, I say, watch. I leave the scene, because my intention then, what I wanted to do, when I realize my friend, I say, nah. Yes, I'll know when I see the man, I'll tell him that, I'll say, boy, you have to be very grateful to me.
Because you not put it on.
But that was the intention, because when you watch men who used to come through that time, but it was just the territory.
You know what is interesting is that same thing, that same galvanized.
Yeah.
There's a story about it that is linked to this artist. Let me see if I could find this artist. It's linked to him, and I'll never forget it because he was the one who told me what happened with him that particular year, and I never ever forget it. Let me see. So I might look for. Let me look for this. I might find it here easier. But this particular artist, that same thing.
Mm-hmm.
This, do you know this artist?
Yes,
not Patrick Paul.
He also sang this one, and people thought he could only sing slow things. He did this, And they must remix this song. Listen this carefully, guys. Dexter Mitchell, who we have up right now, should look to remixing this song.
I hear people talk about carnival and how they just enjoy the bacchanal. Mass in Trinidad, oh Lord, that is super bad. Labor Day, USA, when West Indians break away. But all of them, they cannot compare with the bacchanal we don't have them here. Last night gone tonight is
another one.
Every night is party and party. Vice Island crazy. Oh Lord, Vice Island jam. Party go round. Hear the bill band playing, people masquerading. Yes, I am a spice man, and a jamming up a spice woman.
Big tune, eh?
Big tune. Only big tune this guy has to sing?
Yeah.
This guy never sing a tune out of big.
But listen to this. The year he sang the tribute to Morris, what Cuba has an international airport. Right.
And he was a prophet. He prophesied MBIA to him.
But check this out. What's interesting is that Mantis is the only Calypsonian I know throughout the world in competition. He has placed every position.
From last except first.
Except first. From second right down to last. He is placed in every position. Praying Mantis, Patrick Paul, Shantimel, good morning to you. But the year he placed last, it was amazing. Mantis said that, well, he didn't feel that he thing. But let me give you when he placed second, the year he placed second, you know, Current went.
What you were singing?
Yes. I don't remember the song that he was singing that year, but the power failed. And the amazing thing is that when they started, him and the band was in Cuba playing, and Mantis was singing
In
quite
Panama.
in Africa. Do you understand? That's how far apart they were. So everybody know Mantis coming last.
And he don't come last.
And Current went, bloom. Current went.
So you get a reprieve.
When I think they were singing just the final band chorus to end. And Current went, bloom.
So you get a reprieve.
They said, no, Mantis had to come back and sing. Mantis come back and sing with the band. And Papi, he and the band was like hand in glove.
Like white on rice.
Yeah, man. And Mantis played second that year. But the year he placed last, Mantis said, don't worry, man. He did. Boy, in position number 10, let's hear it for the Praying Mantis. Mantis says something called the head, he go down, the foot, go to the belly, he go down. He said, no, boy, what? So he said, see that? Nobody does see me. Grab his bag and he head for what you call the place? Dabo direction.
Yeah.
And when you reach on the barricade or the galvanized, you start to look for where one of them fellas pass to come in.
Yeah.
And he find a place with the galvanized thing so he could pass it to go out. And they say he go down and he crawl. When he reach outside and he watch himself, he's more than alone there because it had rained.
Yeah.
Say, all right. Let him Mantis, let him Mantis do so and find the car. He had a gem in that car that time. He said, when the Mantis find the car, he said, the Mantis sit down and the Mantis said, what did Mantis do wrong for the Mantis to come last?
Yeah.
And he sit down and he thinking and the glass down. And he wondering, well, where he getting that energy to drive to St. Patrick's with that last he don't come there. And the Mantis said, when he did, two fellas passing. What is so and so? Eh? How they could so and so do Mantis that? Mantis is so and so. Wait. He say, what? That give the Mantis a little bit of energy to drive up to St. Patrick's.
Yeah.
What? But he said that was the hardest way, that last. But that made him the only Calypso that I know about, not just in Grenada, but the only Calypso that has placed from second to last. Never won. Still alive, never know. One day he might. Guy was good.
He said, Black, my story, don't lie to me.
Don't lie to me.
Why hang my hat on top of Gru tree? See, like the river of the Nile, he'll be flowing on the oil and nobody
Can't stop his style.
No.
Nobody can grab his
I also wait with bated breath every season to hear what Mantis coming with it. He had a Federation song again.
Yeah, that Federation song was done the same year, I think, with
That the year he come last though?
No, I think that was the same year. Federation might have been the same year with the thing that work, like what you put in the car.
Then he had one Rosaline.
Yeah, Rosaline was when he lost this woman.
Then he had one Miss Luciane. And the strange thing about it, I heard some elderly people talking, and one lady come up and say, I don't know what happened to this white woman. She come down here and just take thing in. But like she understood in the context of a person and not thing. So see, I don't like white people, look what they're doing. And so they have to tell not a person but a thing.
But it tells a story here. That
Yes.
This is how these guys are able to write.
Craft the thing.
And craft the thing so that people would do so and not really get it, but double tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Right.
You have a different thing, I have a different
days,
one.
Them guys singing plain.
Yeah, they're okay.
They don't have the craft.
Job okay.
Yeah, job okay. They don't have the craft. Praying mantis. But you know, I had an artist in Blackwoods Calypso 10 that I really appreciated, but he never ever got to the semifinals. Never. And I couldn't understand why. Still today, a guy called Sackman.
Sackman, man.
What? Sackman had some wicked tunes. Never made it to the, not even to the semifinals.
Where is now?
He drives bus. He used to work with the Ministry of Education as one of the repair people.
Okay.
Yeah, auxiliary kind of thing yeah, maintenance. Yeah, himself and Jester work together. Jester, Noel?
Yeah.
Yeah, they work together. But you have a caller. Let's take that caller. 30 seconds. Talk.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Well, but 30 seconds enough for what I want to tell you, you know. I heard you and a guy was talking about, although he know Grenada, that was last week. And I tried getting you, but I didn't get you. So, but for what I want to tell you now, I will leave that for another day.
What is it about?
About St. George's. When you and the guy was talking about Teen Old Smith and Granby's and them kind of things. So, you know, I was in town when, I talking like how Chuck does talk. I was in town when Carib was 25 cents at Nick's.
Okay.
So, and when Mr. Powell had the drugstore and Hollywood Fashion House, you don't know them kind of things.
Yeah, well, you didn't tongue too long. You didn't tongue when tongue was country.
Exactly. when them your country girls come down in tongue to look for work and 4 o'clock, if they tongue, if 4 o'clock they get in tongue, they have to sleep in tongue. I in tongue that time.
You in tongue that time. You must take advantage on people, boy. You're laughing.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me where used to take advantage of them kind of people. You see people like Shavan, Norris, and these guys and them. Them taxi drivers.
Oh, okay.
They used to take them and carry them to look for work all down Lansapin and delay when they come back in town. Bus gone. That time was
anyway, one of these days we go talk. Where you calling from?
I'm calling from St. George's, guy.
St. George's. All right, well, one of these days we go talk, man. Don't forget that.
I was trying to get you last week when the guy was playing No Tongue, you know?
All right.
But I didn't get you.
We gonna link up.
Okay.
Take care, sir, brother. That man in tongue long.
That man was in tongue long.
I'm saying they in tongue since car was 25 cents.
And he called away he used to sell.
Yes.
So they're not saying that.
No, that man half it. He in tongue real long. Anyway, we got the 12 o'clock edition. And we're gonna ride along to it. This is who? The greatest pop reggae group. Third World. Right on.
Welcome to the Year in Review for the month of July 2021. In this edition, we will feature some of the top developments that occurred in July 2021. We'll be back after this word from our sponsors.
How going on, boy?
Hey, good old things.
Hey, easy.
Yeah.
Boy, in line, boy. Your house looking a real good day.
Boy, it's thanks to the hard-working and professional staff at the Housing Authority of Grenada. They handled me real nice. They did my plan, they did the construction, and I didn't even have to worry about a thing. They were there with me every step of the way, supervising the job, asking me about my concerns, giving me feedback as the house took shape. They were there from start to finish, and even put the keys in the palm of my hand. I give them an A++ for customer service.
Oh, it's people from housing bad, boy.
Boy, not bad. Excellent. If you're thinking about constructing your home, why not consult the Housing Authority of Grenada? You could visit them right down in the Sandino complex or give them a call, 440-1015 or 440-1016. Or check out their website, hag473.com. They go handle you. They go jog your box, they go draw your plan, they go tote your materials. Hey man, where you going? The Housing Authority of Grenada is your choice for affordable housing and a stress-free construction experience.
When you think of Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, what comes to mind? A reliable financial institution that has stood the test of time. Maybe you think about the convenience and quality financial service they provide. Do you think about their readiness to help you retire, achieve your academic goals, build your dream home, buy the piece of land, or the elegant car? Or maybe the convenience of their different locations, Jubilee Street in Grenville, or the new outlet on Lucas Street in St. George's in the Derek Sylvester building. Maybe you always consider how they're always a phone call away, 442-8602 or 438-4228. They're also online, www.grenvillecreditunion.com. No matter what comes to mind, remember, Grenville Cooperative Credit Union is the best place to save and to borrow, working with you to make your brighter tomorrow.
Hello and welcome back with the details. I am Maxine Antwine for the month of July. A total of 10 generators have been donated to the hospital services of Grenada to be distributed among various clinics throughout the Tri-Island state. The generators were donated by Her Excellency Yolande Smith, Ambassador to Grenada in the U.S., and Reverend Terence Griffith, Executive Director of the Foreign Mission Board, in collaboration with Mount Sinai Missionary Baptist Church. Ambassador Smith sought to provide some insight into this initiative.
But Reverend Griffith and so I had asked for generators just to augment what we have here at the medical stations in cases of, hurricane, and we have power loss, and so that the medical stations can provide service or continue to provide service to residents in the event of power failure and so. And he partnered with the Mount Sinai Missionary Baptist Church in Port Arthur, Texas, to get us 20 generators. However, I have been talking with my sister, Ambassador Gilchrist, who is the ambassador for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And given in light of everything that has happened in St. Vincent with the Le Soufrière volcano and now the active hurricane season, we have donated 10 to her.
Dr. Carol McIntosh, the ambassador, added, was very instrumental in providing the relevant information as it relates to the needs of the various clinics, also highlighting some of the clinics set out to benefit from the donated generators.
Dr. Carol McIntosh, who is the Director of Hospital Services, but she's also the Director of the Grenada Donation Table. So through her, I was able to find out what is needed most, and we did make a short list of some of the stations that would get the generators, and of course, well, maybe no bias there, but the Union St. Mark's is going to get one, River Sally is going to get one as well, Guelph, Sates, Wester Hall, St. David's, another in the central St. David's, one in the one that covers Happy Hill, Mount Morris and that area, Springs, Belmont and that area. So we're trying to sort of have it strategically. Carriacou and Petite Martinique as well will get one. So there's 10, and I'm sure Dr. McIntosh, we gave, suggestions, but Dr. McIntosh, in her wisdom.
Ambassador Smith spoke to the first-hand view she would have had as it relates to some of the medical clinics in need of assistance.
Those at the medical stations I visited personally. Number one, I got my 2 doses of vaccine, one at River Sally and one at Union. And just in going there, interacting with the nurses and also knowing their needs, because I saw that firsthand. So I know their needs, and I thought just the level of service that they perform in the community, I feel that it would be a good thing to sort of augment and, make sure they have that. I'm also working on some other things for especially the medical station in River Sally, because I spoke to the nurse and sort of asked her what some of the needs were. She expressed that to me. And as the embassy, just, advocacy, and we come across, other places that have these things, I'm going to make sure that they're outfitted.
The generators were officially handed over by Reverend Terence Griffith to Director of Hospital Services, Dr. Carol McIntosh. The Ministry of Social Services has begun holding consultations to get feedback from the Grenadian public in relation to the Sex Offenders Registry Bill. This is in an effort to deter potential sex offenders from doing the same. The bill forms part of the legislative agenda to the Ministry of Legal Affairs. For years, Grenada has been plagued with spikes of the offense. The registry, according to Attorney General Dia Forrester, will publicly highlight the names of rapists, pedophiles, and other sexual offenders convicted of registrable offenses. Forrester also noted that there will be 2 registries under the bill and will be controlled by the Commissioner of Police.
We do have a sex crimes issue in Grenada, and we must tackle that issue in a direct manner. So the advent of the National Sex Offenders Registry Bill is one of the measures being used to assist with that process of tackling sex crimes in our country. The bill is aimed at deterring, punishing and shaming rapists, pedophilias, and those others with a propensity to commit sexual crimes. The bill is also aimed at ensuring members of the public are aware of who are offenders living amongst us, so that members of the public are better able to protect themselves. A comprehensive register that is accessible only by the Commissioner of Police, and a second register that members of the public may inspect. The intended registers would be in the control and custody of the Commissioner of Police, providing the parameters for the police force to effectively monitor registered sex offenders and facilitate the Commissioner assessing the likelihood of that individual endangering their community and people with whom they interact with frequently.
Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister with responsibility for social development, says a holistic approach has been taken. The ministry cannot do it alone.
The responsibility is not only with the Ministry of Social Development, the SVU, and the police force. When you commit sexual offense on children, you are killing them. You are really killing them. You're destroying them for life. They are broken after. And you can't repair those brokenness. And therefore, we have to look at this crime, as a scourge, as an evil spirit.
Approximately 35,331 doses of the recommended AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccines has been administered throughout the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. According to Minister of Health, Honorable Nicholas Steele, this is a very low rate compared to other Caribbean islands. The minister made these statements at the post-cabinet press briefing on Tuesday, July 13th, 2021.
We still have very low vaccine uptake compared to other islands and with respect to the targets that we need to get to in order to put COVID-19 behind us. We are seeing almost all of our neighboring countries and the world at large seeing an increase in cases. While we are seeing a global trend of increase in cases, we are not seeing the equivalent increase in death rates. And that is because the majority of the countries in which we are seeing that spike are significantly vaccinated, or at least their at-risk persons are vaccinated. We saw as recently as yesterday, Barbados announced that of the cases in circulation within their community, they have the Alpha variant, which is from the UK, Delta variant from Brazil, and Lambda, which is also from South America.
Steele noted that Grenada has been spared up till the day due to the restrictive measures the government has taken.
To date, we have been spared based on the restrictive measures that have come at a significant cost and inconvenience to us all. These restrictive measures should not have to continue. We should be looking at further easement of these measures because we should be at a level where our population is protected by utilizing all of the tools.
Minister Steele urged those who have not been inoculated to do so quickly.
So I urge all of you who have not yet taken the vaccine to please come forward. Take the vaccine, inquire with the Ministry of Health to get whatever information is relevant to that. Do not follow disinformation. We need to get past this.
Honorable Nicholas Steele, Minister of Health. We're looking at July's developments. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. The British government, according to British High Commissioner to Barbados and the rest of the Caribbean, Scott Featherston Wood, is committed to skills development in the Caribbean. Featherston Wood says this is a way of improving young people's lives.
British government is committed to helping the countries of the Eastern Caribbean develop the skills among their young people as a way not just to improve people's lives, but also to develop these economies so that your economies are stronger and more resilient for the future. So this particular programme involves us spending about 35 million EC across 4 countries of the Eastern Caribbean. A quarter of that is being spent here in Grenada, helping something like 1,000 young people to develop their skills so that they can find new employment opportunities and play a really active role in this country's economic growth.
Honourable Kate Lewis, Minister with responsibility for youth development in Grenada, thanked the UK government and the partnership with the government of Grenada in helping to secure a future for the nation's youth.
We are happy to have received funding from the UK in terms of the SKY project, Skills for Youth Development, partnering with the government of Grenada, ensuring that our young people are fully prepared for the new emerging jobs that will be available. They are involved in several skills programs at the moment that is at the CVQ and NVQ level. Today we are here with Andre Belfon's construction company and trainees who are involved in the site sovereign. And I am happy to see them display what they have learned, the theory that they have learned for the past few months now actually on display. So it shows that our young people are receiving the opportunity to develop themselves holistically to prepare for the new job market.
A revolution for the agricultural sector in Grenada, a technology that can protect plants from unfavorable climatic conditions, promote increased yields and reduced labor and resource costs. Grenada is now home to a fully automated greenhouse, the largest to exist in the Caribbean region. Here's more from Royer Charles.
China and Grenada, he said, share similar developmental goals as it relates to food security, a major challenge for both nations. While the COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented uncertainty for both countries, China stands with Grenada ready and willing to share its development, experience, assistance, and support to revitalize the sector, uplift farmers' income, promote modernization, and climate resilience. By cooperating with the government of the People's Republic of China, Grenada has been able to improve the socio-economic conditions of many of its citizens, including farmers, said Honorable Peter David, Minister for Agriculture.
Protected agricultural structures such as greenhouses fit nicely with the ministry's plan of increasing food production via protected agriculture technologies. It is therefore incredibly fortuitous that this facility is being commissioned at this time as we deal with the negative impacts of COVID-19 on our food and nutrition security. Comrades, I truly believe that this type of technology is what we need to invest in and promote if we are to entice our youth to pursue agriculture and make the sector more sustainable. This facility before us will be a model that can be adapted to fit the purpose and conditions of many producers to ensure that more of them use protected agriculture to produce many of our vegetables ornamentals, and horticultural crops.
Parliamentary representative for St. David, Honorable Oliver Joseph, said this type of technology can be a mechanism in reducing the country's food import bill, which at the onset of the coronavirus in 2019 stood at 350 million EC dollars.
I'm very ecstatic that the largest greenhouse in the Caribbean is located right here in St. David's. So Grenada has a food input bill, 2019 figures, because 2020 with the COVID, we saw a reduction in the food input bill, but that is because we had no choice. By 2019, when we had the choice, Grenada's food input bill was 350 million DC dollars. And that is why we said that we must feed ourselves in order to cut back on this huge food input bill. And greenhouse is one such technique that will help us to increase our production and ensure that we can produce what we eat right here in Grenada.
With an area of 1,008 square meters, the facility provides real-time monitoring, early warning and regulation, and it creates suitable environmental conditions for crop growth and development. The commissioning of the greenhouse is the culmination of the 7th phase of the Technical Cooperative Program, which was granted to Hubei Dadi International Company for Economic Technical Cooperation Group. Roya Charles reporting for AAA News.
Thank you, Roya. More developments from July shortly. Grenada is now awaiting test results that determine if the new variants have entered the country. This was highlighted at the post-cabinet press briefing on Tuesday, July 20th, 2021. Health Minister Honorable Nicholas Steele made the announcement that the samples were indeed sent to CAFA. The results were expected by the end of the week.
The first of 3 was tested, and the variant identified, it was a variant, the Alpha variant, which is better known as the UK variant. And the other 2 recent cases, the results are pending. We expect those results, I'm hoping, by the end of this week from CAFA for us to be able to verify. We have the ability on island as well. The process does take some time to identify the variants. It is a matter of time before we do find one of the more deadly variants, and hopefully we will be able to have that individual in quarantine and maintained in quarantine. But as you are very much aware, those variants are less forgiving, and any breach or any interaction with unvaccinated persons by somebody who's positive with one of those variants puts us all at risk.
Steele stressed the importance of the frontline workers to be inoculated.
That's why we are pushing and making it mandatory, and have made it mandatory, for the quarantine sites to be fully vaccinated. We need the taxi drivers at the airport and Morris Bishop International staff to be fully vaccinated. It has to be. Like I said, we only need one simple, minor chance interaction with an individual in the process of coming into Grenada or going to quarantine to interact with a member, an employee of Morris Bishop International who is not vaccinated. And then they interact with other family members or so. And that's all it took in St. Kitts, that's all it took in the BVI, and that's all it will take in Grenada. We would be no different. So we, again, calling on individuals to please come forward, take your vaccine.
Approximately 6 months ago, the curtain scale insect made its way to the island and is now affecting plants and fruit trees. The Pest Management Unit of the Agriculture Ministry has begun a sensitization drive about the new scale insect. Pest Management Officer Thaddeus Peters said that this insect can affect up to 70 plant species.
Creates a lot of sooty mold is associated with it. So insects, scale insects, mealybugs, to which it is very closely related. They will remove plant sap from the shoot tips or from the fruit, and the excreta is very sweet, or is referred to as honeydew, so then the mold grows on that substance. So the sooty mold or blight, is commonly referred to as blight, black blight, will grow on that substance. And then, of course, the ants will come to feed. So normally you see a lot of ants, black ants being associated, and it's referred to as sooty mole complex.
This new insect has settled in the parish of St. George, according to reports from the Pest Management Unit in the Ministry of Agriculture. Peters went on to identify the signs and symptoms of the pests.
It's sort of flattish, oval on the top surface, the back. It's about 4 to 5 millimeters in length. It's green to greenish yellow, and close observation you'll see some dark spots. And if you use a hand lens, you might see some dark spots on the back. It reproduces quite heavily, so you see a number of life stages, crawlers and other stages on one fruit or one shoot, and it produces a lot of sooty mole of that. So once you see, especially on crotons, which normally are relatively clean of insect and pests, so once you see croton heavily blighted, you can bet that the croton scale has infested it.
The pest management officer spoke to what farmers and householders can do to prevent its spread.
Ladybird beetles, the Cryptolaemus ladybird beetle that was used against the pink hibiscus mealybug in the 90s, we have seen them re-emerging and feeding on the croton scale insect. So it's a good sign, but presently the numbers are low, and we need to increase, have massive increases by either trying to reproduce ourselves or purchasing from the outside. For now, the Ministry of Agriculture has been providing some assistance, especially in the St. George's area where it's most observed, areas such as River Road, Lamode, Sans Souci, Montmaurice, Basically, most of the parish has been infested, and we have done some treatments, spot treatments. Persons will call in, or we will, once we're in the area, we will treat whatever infestation we have.
You're listening to The Year in Review for the month of July. Welcome back. Farmers and members of the public had the opportunity for yet another year to purchase subsidized plants propagated at the various government propagation stations during the 2021 plant distribution season. A wide variety of crops has been made available and will be purchased and collected from the Maribo, Moran and Bulong propagation stations.
So for this season, although we are opening the season a bit later than previous years, so we're going to open on the 29th of July of this month, we do have a lot for farmers. Farmers can expect a lot more from us in terms of the quantity of the different crops and the quality of the plants. So we worked a lot this year to improve the quality of our plants.
That's Chief Agronomist Alison Haynes. More than 50,000 plants have been propagated this year for the opening of the season, with others to be made available up to December 2021. The increased quantity this year, Allison says, is based on a number of nursery management practices implemented at the different stations, along with technical support from different departments of the Ministry of Agriculture, including the Pest Management Unit and the Land Use Division.
Here at the Maribo Agriculture Station, at Bulong Station, and at Moran Station, we changed and we placed the shade netting on the houses so that we can get improved lighting for the plants so that we would have better growth and development. We worked with managing pests this year. So we developed a schedule this year for treating our plants, and we worked closely with the Pest Management Unit to ensure that our plants are clean and healthy and free from pests and diseases. We worked also with improving the soil, the medium. So improving our mix so we have better, the soil would drain better, less soil-borne diseases, and so we'd have a better quality plant. So this year we paid attention to a lot of the nursery management practices so that we would have improved quality plants to distribute to the farming community.
All 3 propagation stations, Moran, Maribor and Bullong, has been opened at 8 a.m. and closed at 1 p.m. during the season, and priority has been given to persons who have applied for plants, which is inclusive of cocoa and nutmeg farmers whose applications has been approved by the Extension Division.
Persons that applied for plants last year, they would get the preference, they'd have the preference of coming in and purchasing their plants before we open sale to the general public. So from the 3rd of August to the 13th of August, we have that period there just for the farmers who filled in the application forms to come in and purchase their plants. So we're going to inform the farmers in 2 ways as to when they can come in, via the radio, press release, through the PR unit of the Ministry of Agriculture, and we also call farmers. So that's the farmers that apply. The numbers that you have included on your application form, we're going to call you and inform you and tell you when to come in and purchase these plants. And then we're going to open to the general public.
The ministry sees this initiative as one way it can contribute to a sustainable agriculture sector. All COVID-19 health and safety guidelines will be enforced during the season. A new approach has been adopted by the Royal Grenada Police Force when granting permissions for events going forward. This in light of the recent overflow of persons at a 60-person permission granted event on the weekend. The Commissioner of Police Edwin Martin at the post-cabinet press briefing highlighted the agreed guidelines and the failure of the police present at the event. He said an internal investigation has been conducted.
Approval was granted for this event for 60 persons. In discussion with the ACP responsible for operations, the organizer indicated that this was going to be basically a sit-down event with 60 persons to allow interaction with friends and family. It clearly stated as well that no party or carnival type activity should be exhibited at that event. And it's clearly stated in the permission that was granted. And this was no different from the permissions that we have granted generally with the onset of COVID, where the authority lies to grant permission. However, my biggest disappointment with this event is that the conditions as stipulated to the organizer was grossly violated with my police officers being at the venue.
The Commissioner, while highlighting other events that violated the laws, said that charges were laid against these people.
Let us not try to leverage and use one wrongdoing to justify another, for that will all make us culpable of the same issues that we are accusing other people for. So this violation of the conditions definitely will be investigated, and there are 2 approaches, as I've said. We will be looking at the police officers, what I consider to be inaction at the location or not acting when action was expected or should have been taken. And then secondly, the organizer not adhering to the protocols of that particular event.
This concludes the top news stories for the month of July. Let's move over to Brandon Wells for our top sports stories for the month.
Welcome to the Sports Year in Review for the month of July. I am your presenter, Brandon Wells. Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. The Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, said he believed sport can be an important tool in the fight against climate change. The Grenadian leader, who is a massive cricket fan, said the country's success in sports on the global stage could be used as an opportunity to highlight Grenada and the region's vulnerability to climate change.
Our region needs to take up the challenge to participate in the global fight against climate change from a holistic standpoint. It is not just about cricket. The region's athletes and footballers continue to perform well on international stages, bringing prominence to their respective countries. For example, here in Grenada, we had our own moment in the spotlight when Kirani James won Olympic gold medal. As our high-performing sportsmen and women continue to shine a light on the Caribbean, we can use the platform created by their success to similarly highlight our vulnerabilities and underscore the need for urgent action.
Grenada Prime Minister Dr. The Right Honorable Kate Mitchell. Grenada's Minister for Sports Honorable Yolande Bain Hosford commended the Grenada Cricket Association for its successful hosting of the T20 series between West Indies and South Africa. The Grenada National Stadium played host to 5 T20 matches, which was won by South Africa. The sports minister said these matches were a success while applauding all those involved in ensuring the games took place.
Grenada hosted the T20 international cricket matches in the West Indies men's team home tour against South Africa during the period June 26 to July 3rd, 2021. Under strict COVID-19 protocols, no one was able to enter the stadium without being fully vaccinated. We know very well that Trinidad was supposed to host the games, but because of the situation there, Grenada was asked to host the games, and I believe did an excellent job. The organizing committee must be commended under the leadership of Troy Garvey, and there are a few names I must call. Kerry Frank, the staff at the stadium, NLA, and all these persons came together to make sure that it was a success. The place was prepared and organized for the matches.
Grenada's Minister for Sports, Honorable Yolande Bain Hosford. There was speculation that the Tokyo Olympics could be the last Olympics for Grenadian quarter-miler Kirani James. James created history for Grenada by winning the 400 meters final at the London 2012 Olympic Games. At the Rio 2016 Olympics, he won the silver medal in the 400 meters in a time of 43.76 seconds, behind South Africa's Wout van Niekerk with a world record of 43.03 seconds. But the Grenadian has had to deal with so many challenges as an athlete in recent years, and now that he's approaching 30, the question has been asked, will this be his last Olympics? Dexter Mitchell, a sports enthusiast and analyst, had this to say on the matter.
Van Niekerk, he has qualified for the Olympics also. We know after he broke the world record, he had some challenges, injuries, and so. In fact, I think he left South Africa, went to Miami to train, and he has since qualified. He's around the qualifying time. He's doing around the same time as everybody, doing mid 44s, 44.6, 44.7s right now, which makes that particular race extremely exciting. I mean, and all the rungs are going to be very, very tough because most of the athletes are doing just about the same things right now. And no one has necessarily established themselves as the favorite going into the games. Fred Colley, he was kind of looking like that. He has opted for the 100 and 200 meters. So again, it speaks to the chances of Kirani. But like I said, whether or not he qualifies for the finals or wins a medal, he's already a winner by being in Tokyo, by being able to qualify to compete in Tokyo.
Head coach of the Grenada Spice Boys, Michael Finley, had said the focus is on recovering and improving after the CONCACAF Gold Cup. Grenada lost all 3 group games, losing 4-0 to Honduras and Panama, and going away 3-1 in the final game. The coach said there are some positive to take from the Gold Cup.
It sounds like a bit of a broken record, but I think there's a level of disappointment again in our results. And this is the great challenge for us, is to be able to put ourselves in a better position to execute and take advantage of the things that we do create. We seem to, at this moment in time, put ourselves behind early, and we have to work very hard to dig ourselves out of that situation. So in terms of the result, disappointing. Again, passages of play, I would say we were pleased with, but we have an enormous amount of work to do. We all know that. But I was extremely happy for the players and the staff when Romar Frank scored, because that gives us hope, but it also puts us in a position that, we had set an objective going in that, we wanted to score, and coming into the third game, we hadn't. So when we did, I think there was a joyous scenario.
Head coach of the Grenada Spice Boys, Mr. Michael Finley. That story puts a wrap on the Sports EN Review for the month of July. This has been Brandon Wells. Thank you for listening.
You're listening to the EN Review for the month of July. Join Triple N at the top of the hour as we move on to August.
Dear Grenville Cooperative Credit Union family, 2021 came with many challenges, but we were able together survive the difficulties presented. Our board, management, and staff thank you, our cherished members, for doing business with us over the past year. We take this opportunity to wish you and your family a very merry, but most of all, a safe Christmas holiday. We invite you to call us on 442-8602 or drop in to your preferred branch and take advantage of our Christmas special offers. We look forward to serving you in 2022 and wish you success in all your endeavors. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all.
Darling, would you like some tea? I've made your favorite.
Well, thank you, darling. I'm here finishing my blog post to help homeowners understand their electricity bills. The left side of your bill shows the rates for electricity and the government charges. The middle portion shows the number of units you've consumed, plus the history of your usage over the last 8 months. And the right side shows how much you're being charged.
I really think people are going to value this information.
Grenlec, energizing our.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch. In stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right. I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Whoa, 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 yeah. I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Hey. Play me reggae music in any condition. Drop it in a style, drop it in a fashion. Everywhere I go, I'm rocks the reggae man. Play me reggae music and chant down Babylon. Whoa, 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 yeah. I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Hey. Me come from Mandeville, I'm a true Jamaican. Me come a Kingston and me join a reggae band. Me travel Africa and me travel Japan. Me mother proud of me, so she just love I man. Whoa, 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 yeah. I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Hey. Whoa, 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 yeah. I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Hey.
I mean that. That I mean.
God bless.
There's a version to this Reggae Ambassador that has it starts with talking, but passing an attaché briefcase and all sorts of things.
Your attaché case.
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Whoa, 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 yeah. I'm Mr.
You like music?
Love music.
Can you dance?
Yeah, I'm nimble on my feet. Andrew, when break dance and thing was out, and hear this story. I grew up in the Adventist fraternity, so I didn't go dance and thing. But then when I get particular, I just start to go. Like they say, break out whatsoever. But I used to spend a lot of time in Trinidad every holiday. And dancing was advancing in Trinidad and here, so I had moves on break dance and thing. So when I started to go to dance and I used to hold the whole audience. When I start on the floor, a ring making everybody watching me. Yeah, holding fellas' hands and show them how to do the thing. Moonwalk, space walk, all that kind of thing. No, I'm not anything, Dre. I used to be very nimble on my feet here. I wasn't heavily set like now. I could have car away.
Oh, ja.
I wasn't like no ordinary fall. I was like a talkie, man. I could have car away in them time and them, but I don't think dance now, but I could hold my own. I still could rock steady and stuff like that. My knees won't allow me to go right down, to boogie down on the dance floor and beg the selector for more. But I could hold a nice little bass line. Remember the bass line and the heartbeat is the same thing. So you don't have to try hard to get in the rhythm. And to me, music is the food of life. So play on.
I don't know if I could still dance. Somebody, can you still dance? Somebody's listening. Somebody, can you still dance? I believe I can.
Mm-hmm.
I was a pretty good dancer.
Okay, in 13, when I took the same photo, I attended a few functions in the Big Apple.
Mm-hmm.
And I did justice to some of the moves. Yeah, man. People say, hey, I know this guy could...
The guy can move like that.
He could lingo and let that thing go.
I used to like dancing. But the music has gone now. It's gone to a different angle. You know, I can't handle it. I don't think I could handle it.
So what's trending, Dre? Barbados is trending, eh?
No, Barbados not trending anymore. We have stuff
Rihanna?
We have stuff that... What's Rihanna doing?
Well, I guess she's the quintessential thing in Mia's plans.
I just have the feeling, I'll be honest with you, I just have the feeling that Rihanna gave this woman some money. Before he done, she decided she called an election. I just feel so.
I feel Mia might end up in governance too.
I mean, winning?
No, Rihanna. They might offer some portfolio or something.
Maybe some ambassador extraordinaire or something like that.
Okay.
Something like that. A world ambassador. You know, that kind of thing. It'll do good for her career.
Yeah, but the thing about Rihanna, she ain't telling people not to take the vaccine. She's telling people take it.
Mm-hmm.
Their responsibility, you know. So even fame, she don't have to do that.
But that's not the thing right now, man.
What's it?
The thing right now is the other party.
Oh.
In Grenada. They had problems. I don't know if anybody would call and back me up here, but they had problems in Parkley.
Okay.
Is it Parkley? In
the southwest?
No, northwest. Northwest.
Southwest. Man.
Northwest. Man. Come on.
Oh yeah, northwest. Northwest.
Delma, ain't it?
Yeah, northwest.
They had some problems there.
They have some problem. They have a kind of a friend of mine. They have a bag of problem.
Yeah, and I'm hearing that there's probably a problem in Birch Grove last night again.
There's a lot of voice notes out too.
Yeah, some making the wrongs. There's somebody in line. Let me see who it is. Good afternoon. Hello.
Afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Oh, compliment, and I wish you all a happy 2022. You and Massacre, very good program. I don't just come. I don't know where we are because I just joined you late. You know, I don't know because I never heard you so late on the Friday, so I don't know where to start from. But in any case, I still could wish you and your staff a very successful 2022, and let that station still continue to be, as it was in 2021, the most informative station. Master Call, I realize you're doing a good job backing up Brother Andre for 2021, and I hope you continue, and then you may be able to be what I want you to be. I believe that could build you to be something in what I really want you to be again. I don't know.
Whatever it takes. And yes, we have work to do.
Yes,
so I hope you're right. So use these couple days to get yourself in tune. Make sure you're healthy and ready. Make sure you're battle ready.
All
right.
And what is known, there's no need to explain. So I know where you're coming from.
Hello?
He gone. Yeah, Dre.
Mm-hmm.
As you were saying, the other party.
Yeah. So they had some problems in I think it was in the school where I think it had to do with the election of or selection or election, whatever way.
For the caretaker.
The caretaker of the council. So it came up between is it a Miss Thomas?
Yeah. Is that her name? Yeah.
And Mr. Alexander. and then that ended in it ended chaotic. So that was not a good thing at all.
Because the leanings have been out, the leanings are in public now.
Yeah, they start to wash their linens in public. That's not a good thing.
But we've been seeing that, you know.
Yeah, well, but then I don't like the fact that they you see, and then you have two parties. One party is there accusing Philip of doing wrongdoing, and the other party is accusing the woman of doing wrongdoing. So you can see that they're definitely split. So what had to take place the night, which was the selection of the thingy, did not take place. And somebody just sent a message and said something happened in Birchgrove last night. So I don't know if there's anybody who knows what happened in Birchgrove last night who can share it with us. But it seems that, not seems, it is a fact that they are in problems.
You can't argue with that.
Yeah. And when you look at comments that people like Glenwell and so post, you know, Glenn has a picture of him picking something from a tree, and the posting has to do with is who planted the tree supposed to reap the fruits.
You don't want to plant the can.
Yeah.
But they want to reap the band.
Yeah.
And that will be the crux of the matter. If everything go as they plan, the first hurdle is persons feel entitled because they were deemed to be the ones who are the planters. And they will be expecting the main course, nothing less.
Yeah.
So that's problem already. Secondly, the work of getting into the position they so desire, it takes some effort, Andre. It don't just come overnight. As one person put it, success don't come overnight. And to me, that particular party believe in success. How they speaking is a foregone conclusion. However, what it takes to get there, they don't have it in place. And I'm not thinking, but you see how it happened with Mia. Mia actually catch the other side without no clothes, like they knock out in the bathroom. And somebody come and say, well, let we move now. And say, wait, we don't dress yet. That could happen to that same set of people here. You know?
I'm listening to you.
So,
I was just allowing you to talk. I'm listening to you. I'm trying to get something else going here right now. But you see, I'm disappointed being a Grenadian, because it just shows that there are a group of persons in the country, in the nation, who are looking to run this nation. And they've shown it before when they were given an opportunity to run the nation. They showed that they couldn't, and they ended in confusion. And even now, before the people even think about giving them an opportunity again, they're showing confusion. And it is, I don't know if these people don't realize that while there are a number of things that you could do, and a number of things that you should do, and all sort of things like that, Keaton, but one of the things that one has to understand, you cannot get rid of everything that you own at the same time. Good
Foundation.
morning. Good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Donald. And may I wish you a happy new year. It will be a miss of me if I don't call you today. Call you and Mr. Carl Keaton to wish all you both all the best for the new year. I heard Mr. Carl Keaton say he was a bad man on the floor. I wish I was there to see you. I want to wish you all, wish the really family of Real FM peace, love, and happiness. Not only for today, for the future of tomorrow, because we want our tomorrow to be better than today. So much things we are challenging here this year. It was very challenging for us. But you know, we always ask God to help us, and He did help us. Some of us come through. We come through alive, knowing that we offer our condolences for those who didn't make it, to the family who is behind, for those who didn't make it. So wish all the best our Grenada, Carriacou, Petite Martinique family a wonderful, wonderful new year, a peaceful new year, a healthy new year. No disease coming to kill us or to contaminate us. So we're asking God for that. So next year, please God, this next week, we'll be talking again to each other. So as they say, we want to talk about you, not talk to you, not talk about you. So you all have a wonderful day. And the family of Real FM have a wonderful day. A peaceful new year. That's all we're asking for. You too, Mr. Donald, you take care. God bless you too.
All right, thank you.
Wonderful program. Honestly, I was late. I went out and I come back and I'm listening to it. Wonderful program. And I know you two have a wonderful program. You just catch the attention of all the nation people. You have a good day. God bless you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Take care of yourself.
You too, yes.
All right,
Bye-bye.
good.
Bye.
Scratch.
What did you say, Carl? I didn't hear you.
I say yes, caller.
Oh, yes, caller.
Yeah.
I'm the reggae ambassador.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Whoa, yeah. I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Hey. Play me reggae music in any condition. Drop it in a style, drop it in a fashion. Everywhere I go, I'm rocks the reggae man. Play me reggae music and chant down Babylon. Whoa, yeah. I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador. Hey. Me come from Mandeville, I'm a true Jamaican. Me come a Kingston and me join a reggae band. Me travel.
It's real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.drealfmgrenada.com. I have up now, Carl, Greg. Greg as in Gregory?
Gregory Bowen?
Yeah, Gregory Bowen. The guy.
Not Gregory.
Gregory.
Yeah.
The financial guy.
Yeah. The guru.
Something like that. Who else we need to put where we didn't put up? Oliver.
Yeah.
Oliver, you're large. Oh, Oliver, you're large.
Gone out abroad.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to get...
And Oliver is a very important cog in the wheel of the team of the New National Party. And I don't know why a lot of people has counted him out. But
because they're dumb.
Yeah, Oliver will do justice to the thing there. How do you say bring the bacon home?
I wouldn't even talk about bringing bacon home with Oliver. You know? Oliver, you're large Joe. You know, everybody know Oliver large.
You have to be the incumbent.
Nothing is too, I don't know.
One day we had to start to work with a cooler, man. A white cooler, like when we going out in places. I think cooler what I'm trending now. You have to be pulling a cooler.
Why should I be walking in a cooler?
Like the trending thing now with the guy.
Which guy?
Who wants to build from top come down. Who don't believe in building foundation first and go up.
Oh,
the parachuter.
He uses a cooler?
Yeah, well, you are seen in Sortes with a white cooler. You are seen in St. David with a white cooler. Like white cooler has become synonymous with him. So I say maybe something out of the cooler. You know, they used to say the man with the mustache, the man with the cooler.
Carl, this is our final 5 minutes, eh?
Yeah, well,
so we can't finish without showing the picture of that guy.
Yeah, man, we have to show the guy.
Yeah.
Walbas. Walbas,
like
good day, man.
Seems like the name is kind of catching on, eh?
Yeah, man.
Walbas. So Walbas was the vibes.
So,
you're good. All right.
Over the holiday, somebody messaged me and say, you gotta start to refer to the Prime Minister as Walbas. I say, you're late, man.
You're late.
I say, like Johnny come lately. I say, you don't listen to the program. If you listen to the program, you go, no.
You ain't gonna make that kind of mistake.
Nah.
Yeah. So what are you doing later?
Nothing special.
Somebody's calling us though. Hi. Hello.
Hello, good evening, good morning.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Wish you all the best for the new year.
Thank you.
Keep them,
Yeah, man.
everybody.
Well, I wish you long life, good health, prosperity,
Doing a good work.
and your heart desire as it relates to the Ancient of Days.
I grew up with my mother and grandmother, you know.
Yes.
Back there, but that fact where my mother could not do for me, my mother take me back.
Okay.
So I grew up with old people.
Well, yeah, man.
So I know with the age of this.
Yeah, man, you grew up genuine.
Yeah. The other people, you know, the generation now different to the two past generation. You know, that was that I tried to say. They don't listen. They just want to do what they want, and they don't want to listen from the old people. You know?
Yeah, we listening.
Yeah. So I call to wish you all the best for the new year and the program with you on Sundays. I love listening it too.
Yeah, man. We look forward for more programs in the new year.
Well,
There's a lot of things in the making, man.
Anytime I move my radio, you know, is because maybe I cut it off to go and sleep, you know. Otherwise, it's 24/7 is.
In the new year from Real FM, you'll be informed, you'll be entertained, and you'll be kept abreast. You'll be energized.
From 6 o'clock this morning,
Yes.
you know, I'm connected to all the news for the
Yeah, man. With people like you, we planning programs for people just like you.
Yes. Yeah.
So you take care and be safe, man. And don't forget the protocols as relates to the pandemic.
Yeah,
Don't let your guard down.
No, anyway, even though I go in the back of the garden, I may take my pocket.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't know who come arrive and come to talk to me.
Good. Be responsible.
Somebody coming close to me, I start taking out my thing from my pocket.
All right, well, you take care. Have a blessed day, man.
So once I didn't miss if me alone, I have it off alcohol, but soon I have company, I do it what I do.
Great.
Because I know I have a old lady there and they ain't give her the vaccine and I have to be very careful.
No, well, you have to be responsible. You have to protect you and protect her, which is very good. Good thinking.
So, may God bless everybody.
But please, peace, my brother.
Bye-bye.
Right. Dre, you ever thought from a lot of American sports, when you have men being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and most times you talk to a lot of men, the first person or the person they reverend most is their grandmother or their mother. Why?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
But you've heard that before?
Yeah.
They give a lot of credence to either their mother or their grandmother. I could remember this guy Shannon Sharp was with Skip Bayless. In his induction to the Hall of Fame, he give his grandmother so much, Santa, she even better than Santa Claus to him. I wonder there's so much men, and not the father, they don't give that credence, but the mother or the grandmother. Why?
No. I honestly don't know.
It's a discussion I think we should have in the new year. People might be able to chime in and give us a different perspective. So what's your last saying for the day, man?
Grenada, my Grenada, I love you.
Okay.
There's nothing else to say. You know, you love your country and you love your country.
You love it bad?
Yeah, you can't. You can't and you shouldn't continue to speak love of your country. And
show indifferent.
You know, it's like an artist. It's like an artist. You love your country. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm speaking here to a Calypsonian. And you hear how much that Calypsonian would love their country and love their people and love this and love the other, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then you ask yourself, hey, where is the love when
it's needed?
When it's needed. When you need it to come out now and speak to certain things. Goodbye, Grenada. God bless you. And remember that I love you. You see, my good friend just made a huge error.
In terms of?
And I will have to go into the system now. It's a good thing I didn't get up. You know, sometimes I wonder if I am in a position where
Stay with me, homie.
No, I'm with you. It's just like this thing. Boy. So I have to go back and check this thing all over again. Yeah, I have to go back and check this thing all over again. What time is it? 1 o'clock?
Thereabouts. Well, you're here, so it's a good thing you're here.
Yeah, it's coming.
You have someone for now.
Yeah, it's coming now. It's gonna come. It's gonna come any moment.
Welcome to the Year in Review for the month of August 2021. In this edition, we will feature some of the top developments that occurred in August. We'll be back after this word from our valued sponsors.
Tick, tock, toe, I win!
Feel like a big kid again when you play NLA's new